Oh, geez. I've been speaking without putting on my mic. So sorry about that. So yes, so in this live stream is basically just to build something quite different from what we see. I know this has existed on online. People have built this, like postdoc, for instance, built something similar to this. But what we are really trying to do today, or what I'm trying to walk you through today, is how do you build, or how long does it take to build an OS like front end? Okay, let me use this using AI, of course. So what do I mean by the OS like front end? So for instance, if I go to, this is my Mac, right? If I select this, you can see this drop down here. They are like menus that you can select, and they are like this also where you can minimize, increase, or close the window, right? Basically. So how can we create something like this, and how long does it take to create something like this? Like a complete OS like front end, of course. So let me show you what I mean. So let's start with this. So I don't want to show an example yet. I just want us to have a walkthrough. So basically, an OS like front end or an OS interface will have something like menus, right? There's going to be menus. There will be tabs. There will be different windows, and there will be actions like minimize, close, and what else? Expand. Yeah, basically, right? So all of these things are what we are going to have. But the other things, you can have things like other menus for each of the windows and all of those things. But the idea is this is what we are going to have to do first of all, or this is basically what we have need of for a start. So how are we going to approach this? Like I said, it's going to be a front end. Let me say AI is like web front end. It's going to be a web front end that gives you that operating system like experience. So for context, let me give you an example. This is Postdoc, for instance. Postdoc has something similar. This is it. You can see it has something like this, where you have, yeah, something like this. And then you can move it, you can drag it, you can close it. It has this window like operating system experience. So, and then you can have menus and options and nested options, which is cool. And it loads fast, right? So something like this. But we are not trying to build or replicate the entire thing. It's just to give you context to how it's supposed to work. So let's say I click on this, for instance, you can see how it brought it out and then opened it like this. Something like this. And you can see it has different things. It has the search menu. You can close that. It has different pages, other things that you can do. Now, basically, these are just accordions you can use. These are like, yeah, drop down menus similar to what I was explaining. And this is like just the page itself with the next pages or the sub menus. So yeah, you can have something like this, and you can still go back to this also have things like this. So this is an example of what we are trying to do, and then I can close this also. You can see close window. So yeah, this is I think is hanging at this point. All right, so basically we've seen some of the issues with this where it start. So we are trying to do something similar to this, and this has crashed my. All right, so this just hanged basically. All right, so yeah, we are good to go. So you can see this now, something like this with different actions, different menu. The buttons are like generic and stuff. So you can have that. Now you can see this just looks more like an operating system of its own with menus, right? And then with a lot of options. So something like this is what we are trying to do. But a minimal version of this, we don't want to do this entire thing. So we just have like a note page here that we can trigger something that pops up at the beginning and all of those things get started and all. So this is an idea of what we are trying to do. So how do we work through this? First thing is to do something like okay. So let's start with what we need. Right. First of all, we are going to need this. So I'm going to need the tools. What do we need to build this? So that's the first thing, right? So what do we need? So basically, I like to select the tools I use. So I'm going to go with the UI library. So I'm going to be using ShardCN for that. It's customizable, so it makes sense to just use something that's customizable. Second thing we can use is okay, you know what? Let's just stick with this for now. We'll build on other things we need as we go. But I'm going to be sticking with using Next.js. I know we are not dealing with optimizations or speed yet. Just something simple, something to get started with, then can increase and improve over time. But basically, this is just a single page application we're trying to do, right? Or you can say it's a multiple page application, but for the always like experience is to give you that single page experience, because everything you are doing is just going to basically Windows and Windows and Windows. I hope that makes sense. So it's a single page, but let's just stick to this for now. I probably should use Vite, but I'll stick to Next.js for now. Just use Next.js. All right. So yeah, that's basically all we need. Um, okay, so I'm seriously thinking of using Vite, but then you know what? Just so let's just go with this. We can always change, update, do whatever is needed eventually. But let's go with this and start with this for now, right? Okay, so select the library. So now let's get started. First thing is to go to Shadcn. Let's go to installation using Next.js, right? Like I said, I want to use Next. That doesn't mean we can use something else. We can use Vite, like I said, you can use your router, stack. Let me just go to Next.js. Let's just start with this, nothing too crazy. So I'm just going to pick this installation script and just run something simple. I think I have WAP. Okay, yeah. Yep. Okay. Nah. Yeah, let's just create one here and call it. So just going to initialize the project. Something to use, something usable here, not too crazy. Okay, let's stick to 15. OS UI. Yeah, I know it's a crappy name. Let's just just stick to OS UI for now. So this may take a few minutes. So basically, we already decided that we're going to do that. So let's see from what we described here. What do we have? Menu tab Windows. So the Windows is going to be more like dialogues, right? That we can customize. So let me show what I mean here. If we want to build something like this, what do we need? We can build it using things like a dialogue, not the alert dialogue, but preferably a dialogue. The reason why we want to use that is okay. Let's go to alert dialogue. I think I prefer that, so that you can't close from outside. You have to trigger an action to close it off. That's basically what we need. So also we are going to need the sheets here. The reason for the sheet is so that you can create content, right, that complement the main content or the main screen itself. So basically we have something like this that you can create, expand, extend the actual page. So we are going to be using a screen. So what are the components we are going to need from Shadcn? So let me just write that down. Shadcn. So we need the alert dialog for Windows. So we're going to be working this little by little until we get to what we actually need. So let's start with the alert dialog. And so from the alert dialog, we also need the sheets. Yeah. So we need the menus. So Shadcn has this menu component also that we can use, similar to what we are trying to implement. Where's that? How come I can't find this thing? Where are you hiding? Weird. Where's it? Menu bar. Yeah. So this is what we need. You can see we can use this. Basically, we have what we need for the menu. So this looks like a window-like experience or even a Mac, right? Something simple. So that's what we want to do. But remember I said we are not, okay, let me select this. Let me use Zinc. I think I prefer Zinc. So remember we are just creating something minimal, but that still works. So that's that. So we have the menu called the menu bar. Then, so that means we've closed down the menus, the windows, the actions. We can create that on the dialog. Then let's talk about the tabs. So the tabs, Do we need tabs right now? Okay, we can use the tabs too. So CN provides us with tabs. So let's just try to look for what we need, even if it's not needed currently, but just have what we need for now. So we have the tabs, we have the notifications. We'll talk about all of this eventually. So we need the tooltip for extra information. We need buttons. We need a lot of things. So, but let's start with that for now. Then we need the scroll area. Definitely we need that. So we need what else? Navigation menu. No, we don't need navigation menu for this. We are trying to build something that is not conventional, but that still makes sense. So yeah, um, native select. Okay, we don't need all of this for now. We can build the native select features because we want to have all of those things when we start building. But for now, let's stick to the menu bar, the item. Okay, this will come in place when we start adding features into it. But for now, let's stick to what we have, and that is it. So, yes, let's stick to just this three. Let's see if our installation is complete. Yeah, so it is. So yeah. So let me go to OS UI. So yes, we have all of this, right? So now we have what we need to proceed, basically. So the first thing to do is let me open this on web.com. Yeah, I use this for my actual development. So yeah. All right, so I'm just going to expand this. Yes. Let's clear this. So yes, also we are going to rely heavily on AI for most of the scaffolding and other things. We don't really need to do everything again. AI is here to help us. So yes, basically I don't need to do as much as I might intend to do. Excuse me. All right, so let's go to CN and try to create or recreate what we need. Okay, so let's import all we need from here. So basically we have the components, we have the app, we have the lib, we have everything. Basic scaffold for typical Next.js and CN, right? Nothing too crazy. All right, so the next thing we need is let's stick to creating some of the components we need. So we already decided we need the dialog, the alert dialog, the sheets, the menu bars, and the tabs. So let's start with installing all of those. Let's start with the menu bar, which is this guy. Let's start with the alert dialog. Same thing, but yeah. So let me copy this. I'm going to copy this and then go here, paste this here. I'm also going to paste the menu bar. This is not too small. I think it is too small. All right, so I think this is big enough. Basically, just increase the font size. Size. Really? Yeah, font. Okay, let me select the font. Sorry about this. Let me just apply this everywhere. I use this for the editor, not actually for the. Oh, sheesh. Okay, let's see. Okay, let me just. This should be fine. So we have this. I'm going to add the menu bar. I'm also going to add. So we have the menu bar also as menu bar. So also we need the sheets and the tabs. So I'll go to the sheets. I'm going to copy the sheet as well, which is this, and the tabs. So I'm just going to paste all of them. Sheets and tabs. Let me be sure it's tabs. I think it should be tabs. Yeah, tabs. So I'm just going to install those four components that we already decided that we need first of all. So installing this is going to create the components folder and install all of what we need. So that'll be the basic scaffold that we need. Yeah, so as you can see, we have the UI, menu bar, sheet, tabs, button, and dialog. So all of those basically. So we're going to have more things, but like I said, as we go, we are going to add more things to it. So let's just start. Yes, so we have this. Yep, we already have this. We have the component. So yeah, so let's test this out. Let's go to the page. I don't think I want to use. Okay, let's just use the normal one. Let's see. Let's click a button that creates the a basic menu for us. Menu that creates a menu, or basically something that starts with the alert dialog. So we're going to start with this. So I'm just going to copy this example here, copy this, and go here. And okay, so let's basically just create a component out of this first of all. Use this, then we can use that somewhere. So we already have the component dialog here. So we're just going to create our window. So I'm just going to create a component. I won't call it UI. I'll create another directory inside the component and call it UI. No, there's already UI. I'll call it OS. Okay, yeah, OS works. We can always change the name eventually, so there's no problem actually. So let me call it the window. Right, I'm going to call it the window with a capital letter intentionally. So I'm going to there's no gate installation here. Let me just do this. Yeah, so I should have this OS window. Let me call it OS window. Just as an example, I'm going to go back here and install the OS window here. Let me see. Where should I put this? Let's see. Save your page instantly. This. Okay, you know what? Let's just put it here. OS window. Yeah, so we have this. So now let's test this to see if it works. Let's just create a basic. Let me open another window here. I don't want, because you still have to install more things. So I want to use that window for just the terminal window for just to handle installations, and then this other terminal tab for running the commands. So basically it's just here. Oh, we've not installed anything. Oh yeah, we installed it. Is it package pnpm? Nice. pnpm dev. Yeah, sweet. So double pack is installed and everything. Let me see the configurations if there's anything like that. Okay, perfect. There's nothing needed. Yeah, it's 1 seconds. All right, that's good. So let's go here. So I'm going to go to this page. I'm going to start this screen intentionally to just show you what we need. So this is the show dialog button. If you click this, it's going to pop up this guy. So that means everything works fine, right? So now let's do something else. So let's add the menu bar into the dialog itself. So basically it's just to do this. Go to the menu bar here and copy this. So I'm going to copy this component. So I'm going to go back into this place. We already have the menu bar here inside this place, just like so this is basically what we can reconfigure to become what we need. For instance, we don't want, let me give you an instance. We don't want this shadow when we click on the window. We want it to, even if it's going to have the shadow, it should be very, very light, maybe just around the box itself, not as an overlay on the entire page itself, right? So we want that to happen. And also, we don't want the escape key to work for it. That's another thing you can see here. If I click escape, it automatically closes it. We can restrict all of those things by then configuring it the way we want and making changes. So we see we have the window already. So the next thing we're going to do is to add the menu. So how do we do that? So I'm going to create another component inside the OS folder that we created and call it menu, OS menu. I'm going to call it menu, and I'm not adding anything yet. So basically this is the menu, right? I'll just call it OS menu also. So I'll go into the Windows. Let me just open this another page. I hope this is big enough for you guys to see, but you know what? I'll just minimize this since it's not needed. So this is going to be OS menu, right? So I'll add that menu into the alert dialog so that when you click it, what you want to see first of all in the content here will be, remember what we have currently is this. So I want to add it at the top before the are you absolutely sure content. So we are going to import the OS menu here. So we have that basically. So if I go back here, you can see automatically I have the file, this, and this automatically. So basically we already have our file menu and everything we need, and that's just basic. So like I said, you can modify all of this. So how do I do that? So if I click on the menu bar, for instance, and I move this back here, let's see, okay, not that. So let's say I want to modify it to remove not the menu bar now, the alert dialog itself, because notice I want to make it look like an actual window. So that means I don't want it to have this padding for the window itself. I want to be able to control the padding, not have the padding that is there. So there are various ways I can do this. I can decide to remove this from, so let me look for the padding from the actual body itself. So you can see if the alert dialog itself has the padding. If I'm not mistaken, it should have the padding. Where's that? So I should be able to configure it myself to say I don't want it to have that, and then remove it. Okay. So there's a padding 6 here, which is what we have here from the content, which is the content itself, and then we have the padding. Let me look for it, which is this. So if I remove this automatically to like 1, the padding should be greatly reduced. You can see, so there's no longer like any padding here. So I can actually make it 0 just to be on the safe side. Nope, it doesn't matter. Okay, before I do any of this, let me commit the changes so that we can always revert this. I'm going to just stash this. Yeah, okay, I don't have a git ignore file. I think I want. Okay, does my git ignore file ignore my .id? Okay, ignore that automatically. I don't want that. Ignore my node modules. Done. What else? Okay, perfect. So yes, basically we have everything we need here, including the log file. So I'm adding the log file as well. I kind of like adding my log file. There's no, just to make it easy to know what you are adding. So yeah. So aside from that, let's just do this. I don't want to commit it. Let me just generate a commit message. We are still going to use AI to like make some changes. For now, I'm just showing the prerequisite of what we need. So I'll remove the padding, make it look like what we need, remove the overlay that we have also. Let me remove this. So we are going to remove most of those things. The overlay that we have there, this colored background, like black thing that we have. So we want to also reduce that. Right? Like I said, we want to reduce that. We want it to show sort of in the middle. So we'll leave this and we'll leave it fixed. Yeah. So but currently it cannot be, you can't move it like I showed you the other time. So first thing we want to do is we want to be able to move it also. We add all of those functionalities eventually. So just hold on. Let's do it a little by little. So let me just commit this first of all and remove it back. Just do that. So yes, the first thing I'm going to do again is to go to here, remove this padding, change it to 0. Yeah, so the shadow, that's a very good shadow. The shadow large, I'm not going to remove that. The overlay, yeah, so basically don't want the overlay here. You can see there's a black 50. If I do blue, you can see it's going to convert it to, if I click on this, they're supposed to have the blue overlay. Let me make this okay, not that. So let's see, animate this 50. Oh, I'm using the wrong color. Yeah, you can see the overlay here. Let me add that 50, let's say 500, and you can see it's no longer black, it's now blue. So what I want to do is I want to remove this color. I don't want it to have any overlay. I want it to just be transparent, right? So that we've already done 2 things. The first thing we've done is we've basically removed the overlay from it. Now you can see we have a window. What we can do is to increase the window shadow, kind of like how you have it on the Mac OS stuff, right? Mac OS window. So we have shadow to Excel. If you do that, you can see there's more shadow around the box. Now we can actually make the shadow a bit more pronounced. We don't want any SM whatever. So we actually have to restrict mobile view. We can still have mobile view, but no, let's just leave it for now. We'll come to all of those things eventually. So this is the first thing we want to have. You can see that from having just that, we've already modified this to look like this. Next thing we can do is, let's go here first of all to see if there are variants we can use for the menu bar. If there's a way we can make it not look like this with all of this shadow. We can customize it the way we want. We can remove the border, the padding, and all of those things you can see, right? And yeah, we can make it dark mode. There's no dark mode functionality, but I'm sure it can inherit a dark mode. I'm sure I have dark mode already. Yeah, so we can do all of these things. Right, so the next thing we want to do here is what's next? So I think basically this explains what I want to talk about. But then we can have the close and the, if we click on this, it closes it. So we want to move all of this and put it at the top here so that we have that automatically at the top of the window. So we are going to do two things. We are going to okay, this is where I like to use Radix because Radix provides me primitive flex and grids that I can use. So I definitely am going to use Radix. No, just yeah, bear with me on that. So if you're not familiar with Radix, Radix is just another style library you can use, but it offers both the theme and the primitives you can configure to whatever you want. So Shatien uses Radix behind the scenes for most of his stuff. Let me show you what I mean. So you can see that there's a lot of Radix here without me even installing Radix. So for the alert dialog we installed, for instance, is coming from Radix. The React dialog itself also coming from Radix. The menu bar from Radix. The slots, the tabs from Radix. So Chassis is just like it's built on top of Radix itself. So I want to have more. I want to use more of Radix for many things. For things like the flex, the box, the grid. I don't want to have to like have flex everywhere. For me, it basically makes it neat and easier to work with. You can easily make changes without having to have deflex, deflex, deflex multiple places. So I'm going to install this just to make it easy. It's very easy to use. Installation is just straightforward. You just need this pm, you add this to it. So basically straightforward. Go back to our previous installation terminal and then you add this. And then once I'm done with that, I just need to install this to it. And then I set the theme and we're good to go. So it's not advisable to use Radix and Shats here. There are times that we not advise it, but for this use case, I prefer using it for things that needs to have a bit more structure like this because you want to have components in different places and you want them to be easy to use. You could argue that okay, why not just create your own flex? But why do I need to do that when there's a library that does that? Do you understand? So I probably go for what already exists to make this work, and that is what I do. So yeah, I need to add this CSS style here into the page itself. Basically, the layout. I think the layout is the best place to add it. We can also add into the CSS file and import it like a CSS, but there's no need for all of those things. You can just do this here, and then you're good to go. Your global CSS, then your style CSS from Radix, and basically that's it. No other configuration is needed. So yeah, then the next thing you need to do, there's one last thing to do actually. You need to configure the theme. So I need to add the theme also to my Next.js application, something like this. So before the children, I'm just going to add it as a theme to my app, something like this. So you can see from the body here, I'm just going to say theme, something like this. Yeah. So I'm going to do this. And we're good to go. So if I check this, you can see there's a theme here. I've not imported it. So if I import it from Radix, now you can see there's a Radix theme here. So I'm going to add this down here. And then we're good to go. So just to confirm if it works, yeah, we can now try using the flex like this, or just let's add this inside of it. So I'm going to go back here and just add this below, or yeah, I'm just going to add it here, and let's see if it works. So I'm going to import this from Radix, import the text also from Radix. Yep, and then the button also. So basically, there's already a button, right? And that's where we kind of get confusions because Radix gives you the same button keyword, components for use, just like Chassis gives you. So if I want to use the button from Chassis instead of that from Radix, it's going to conflict. So best thing you can do is you can modify this button here and call it another name. So instead of calling it button, we can call it ShatCM button and import it directly like that. So let me give you an instance. I can call it SM button and export SM button here. So if I do this, automatically this gives me an error because there's no more SM button, right? So I know it's ShatCM, but I don't want to call it ShatCM. I don't call it ST or what should I call it? SH button? Yeah, SH button. Let's call it SH button. So SH button makes sense, right? So anytime I use the SH button, I basically get that, right? And then that's where I use it. So I can call it SH button. So that way I can call this SH button and then use this as a button coming from Radix directly. And that's it. So we already have two buttons that we can use from two different components. So basically, we just need to paste the buttons. That's basically what we've done. So we gave it a different name so that when we import it, we can use it for as we wish and for different use cases. So this is one of the beauty of using ShatCN because ShatCN allows you to flexibly, let me use that word, modify any of the predefined or pre-installed components that you've already installed from the actual package or from the actual library, right? So that's basically what we have. And going back to the site now to check it out, let's see what we have here. If I do this, does it work? Hmm, let's see. Doesn't give me what I want. So something is missing. So I think the configuration might be wrong. Either this or we need to restart the server. But just to be on the safe side, I like to do that. But let me be sure everything is fine for now. I'm going to close on this and check out on this one. Okay, this should work. It should give me an actual button. So I need to configure the radix. I like using a different accent color, something like this. I like using accent colors like this and the scaling, but I'm not going to scale it differently. I'm just going to use the same scale. I'm not using crimson as it. Okay. No, let's stick to a blue color, right? Let's stick to a blue color. I prefer to crimson is basically like a red like color, but let's take like a jade color, a green color. You can use the blue color too. I think it has a blue. Let's see what blue it has. Blue, just blue. And indigo sky. Okay, let's use the sky. I think I prefer that. I just can make this 100. The radius is large. That's for just the radix themes, nothing else. Right. So that's basically what we need to do. So at this point, yeah, we're good to go. We can just use this. But if you go to the page, which is what we have here, you can see that we have our configurations, grid rows, and blah 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 stuff. Yeah, that we want to use. Sorry for the blah blah blah. So we want this, and we just want to use this here. And yeah, so if you go back and check this, it should work the way we want. No, it still doesn't. Let's see why. Can't be this. Oh yes, so we have to deal with that. Okay, I don't want to deal with this for now. Don't worry, we can always make these changes eventually. It's complaining of the window here, here, and here. And I think I understand why, but we don't have to deal with this, like I said. We can always make the changes eventually. So something is still up. It's not working as expected. CSS. Let's see. Yeah, still not that. So let me restart the server just to be on the safe side. Okay. Yeah, still nothing. So yeah, nothing. It should be showing that. Okay, let's see the configuration. I'm sure there's one thing I'm not adding to it. Nope, not this, not this, not this. I've added the CSS. No, not this. There's this way. Yeah. So the import order is important. So okay. Yeah. So this is one of the things we are trying to do. But then if you look at this also, you can see we have something like this, which makes a lot more sense. This is something we are trying to do. Yeah. We can have multiple windows. So those are the benefits. But just know that it's Shati and Radix, they're like parent and grandparent. And it makes sense at any point in time you decide to use it. So we have those two things. So be aware that there are going to be issues here. We are going to encounter challenges. The reason why this is live is so that you can see what is possible and what is not possible and what it takes and how long it takes to build something like this. You can see we've created this within few seconds, yeah, but there are still more to do, more things to do. So let's so decide, let's say we have this. Let me give you a variant of solid. Just let's see. Solid is the default. I don't need to use solid, but if it doesn't work, then something is clearly not installed. Now I'm sure it's the theme actually. So the theme here is the problem. It's not added. So I'm going to do something else. I'm going to go to globals. I'm going to import it from here. Let's see if this fixes what the issue. Still nothing. But the text works actually. Text works. Let me see. Let's see if grasp. Oh yeah, so the text works. Just the button not working. Thanks. I've encountered this before. How did I fix it? So that means it's working, right? You can see that the text is changed to green, so it's easier. So you can see what we just needed to do, just text on this, and it works. So that makes it considerably and extremely easy to use. So we're good to go. So like you can see, I did this and it still works. I can also still leave it in layout, and it basically still works also. There's no there's no constraint, but the button is still not working as I expect. So I'm just going to leave it here and import it from the global.css, and this should be fine. So what else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Oh, so yeah, one more thing to note: we are using Tailwind version 4. As you can see, we are just using import Tailwind CSS. We are not doing all this Tailwind configuration anywhere. So that makes perfect sense. Yeah. So okay. So what else? What do we need? We need to. These are the font issues. I'm not going to stress about this for now. So next thing to do is I need to add one more thing. I know there's something disturbing this one working. Okay, so we are going to have to come back to the buttons and just modify. Obviously, we don't need the buttons for now, so I won't do much on it. The button we want to use is that of the Chat CM, which is the SH button, which is what we are going to be using, right? So that makes sense, right? Yes. So we have that. We have this here. We have the text and we have the flex, and you can see that that works. And basically, what I want to achieve with that. So what the intention of using this? I'll come back to the button for this eventually. I don't like to leave it not fixed, but then we'll come back to it and we'll try to get it to work. But for now, let's focus on what is paramount. Then we'll get that out of the way. Yeah. Okay. So let's see. What I want to do is for the OS menu, I want to have the flex here. That's the intention. So we want to have the flex and the close menu, right? So what does that mean? So this alert filter you see here has these two buttons, right? So that means I can have the cancel. If you go back here, you can see we have this. You can see down this is because I've flexed this, it just compresses it. It's no longer full. It's until I specify I want it to be full. So now basically I have this here. If I close on this, it should collapse this. Right, that's what basically what I want. But I want something else also. I want to move this from beam buttons to just the X and the negative that we have. And if you want to make it even cooler than what we have currently, we can make it the iOS star version, whereby we can have something like we can create a component for that. But let me show you what I mean first of all. So for creating a component, we can just have like do I have Lucid installed already? Let's see. Here it is by default. Okay, that's cool. So I can say I have Lucid X, right? So I'm just going to size it to 3. Let me make it 10. Make it very, very small. Let me make it 8. It should be very small. Stroke width is 2. I don't want to add a color to it. So I want to flex it this way. But before that, I also want to flex this also. The essence of this is I want it to have the Lucid. Aside from the X, we want to have now. Look at what I mean here. You can see X9 minus and then this expand button. So let me go to the Lucid documentation itself. Like this. So normally what I would have done is use like an SVG myself, create my SVG to use, just copy it and paste it without having the entire library installed, just to make it smaller. But also you can optimize it. They are very optimized versions of Next.js now, so I don't even need to do that. It still works because I believe it handles tree shaking right now. I'm not entirely sure, but I think it does. So almost all latest libraries handles that by default. So I'm just going to check the lucid.dev. And I'm going to look for the expand, something like this. Do we see anything we can use for the window? We can use this. Okay, let's just stick to this. I'm just going to call it minimize to. Basically, the library I like to use is forceful icons. Actually, I prefer using forceful icons. I like it because it gives me very cool icons, but I use any of them, so it doesn't really matter. So if I do this also, it still works. You can see maximize. I can resize. I can copy this, and I can also have the dual tone version if I want, but we don't need the dual tone for now. So we can use the theme. But we'll stick to Lucid for now, and then I'll just copy this and maximize. I'll copy the name, copy. Now I'll just call it maximize too. I don't want to have to stress with this. Maximize. Yeah. Perfect. So I have this already. I'm going to call this color. No, I'm going to give it. Okay, I need to do something first of all. Oh no, this is terrible. I need to create a button, very very small button. This is still too large. Then it's going to be a 4. So I need to create a very small button. I don't want to use a flex for this. Oh, I need to use a no. There was a button for this. All right, so I'm going to style the button to be extremely small. I'm going to call it icon button actually. Um, you see that's an icon button. I know I'm not supposed to be doing this, but then okay, you know what? I won't do this. I'm going to use this a size of icon variance icon. What am I doing? SH button. Size icon. Yeah, no icon. But that'll be too big actually. So I'm just going to still do this. Class name is size 4. Let's leave it size 4 and let's see what we have. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. I'm going to start the color. I say the BG is going to be okay. Let me use rose 600. I think let's use tomato. I don't know if it has tomato by default, but okay, I'll just use tomato actually. It makes sense. So if I go back, let's check. I will keep this 2 for now, so we can always make reference. Yeah, this makes sense. So I'll give you the background of that by default. And you can see this it doesn't change to black because I'm making it important. So across board, basically that's what we want, right? We want it to be that small, but then the size for the icon is still too much. So I'm going to remove it from 4 to 2. I'm going to bring the stroke width actually. I want it to be bold when you on it. 3 should be fine. 4 will be too much. Yeah, okay, still it's not what I want. How are you still this big? Okay, let's make it 4. Let's see. Does it okay? 4 makes sense. So I'm just going to make it 2. I'm going to make it 2. 2 is still too much. Let's make it 1 then. 1 is still too big. Oh, that makes no sense. Okay, so that means it has like a minimum size. Still don't want to do that. You know what? I'll just class it myself. Age, okay, size 2. Yeah, perfect. I'll size it and size 4. Should 3 is fine. Perfect. All right, so we can make it the iOS like whereby when you hover on it, it shows it, but you know, still the same thing. Let's just leave it for now. And we can make the text to be, you know, text background. Let's make it black. Since we know that it's just going to remain black, irrespective of it, it should remain black. So let's see. Something similar to what I have here makes sense. Then we use it that way. And then we have 2.5 here, and it works. So yeah, perfect. So we can do the same thing for this as well, right? So we can duplicate this in more room space. So we can duplicate this, call this, let's see if it gives this. Yeah, so here we can gap this and call it 1. So let's give gap X because we really want, because it's never meant to overflow, so we really want it to gap on the horizontal level. So let's leave it like this. And next thing we do is, yeah, we can have this gap here, which is 1. Why is not gapping anything? Okay, something is clearly not working. The CSS is clearly not working as it should work. So that means I still need to go back to the button to make sure it works. Gosh, it's working like this. Okay, let's check this. This is what I was talking about, mixing them. It can be problematic mixing. You can see it's still not actually picking that default style. Okay, so it's clearly not working the way I want it to work. I need to still add something to it. Okay, I know why it's not working actually. So what I need to do is I just need to tame this with the radix theme, and it should work. But that's like an arc I really don't like using most times. It's going to just, we are going to have themes everywhere, and I really don't like using that. You can see now it works. Yeah, I don't like that. But yeah, use it for this use case. So anytime I want to use the button as well, if I name this and I do this, it works automatically here, which is not what I want. You can see. So that's not what we want it to be, but yeah, you can see automatically works. So I'm just going to call it jade. I'll leave it in green. I like the green color, so leave the green color. Basically, use it as emerald. Okay, there's no emerald. No, that's good. All right, you have the grass, green or grass. I think I prefer the grass, but let's leave the green. Green is fine too. So yeah, we have that. So now you can see this is how we are going to be using it, which I really do not like. For every time you use it, right, you can understand why. So this is what I was talking about, how to use it. So we have to go to the maximize to. So we're going to be sticking with the iOS colors. The iOS colors gives you that different color scheme that we want to use. So for in this case, we have the let me call this amber 400. So that means it retains this color. All right, but I'm going to use this green because this is not what we want for this. So this is going to be the um, this is going to be that dash that we'll use for the seed. Where's the dash? Let me call it window. Let me see if I can get actual windows. Dash. Can I get line? No line. No shish. I should be able to get just a line, right? I don't want to have to use something. I know I can just use a line for the SVG, but then just like a normal line text. I want to make it consistent. Oh yeah, this is it, minus. All right, so we can use the minus and so now we have all we need. We have this to be the green. And we can call this 400 as well. 500. Let's call it 500. So if you go back, you can see we have everything working as supposed to work. We have our window, but then the window is still too crappy because it looks weird. No window looks like this. If you check the window from here, you can see it has a bit more space, more spacing, and aside from the spacing, also it has other buttons. But we are not trying to build this exact thing, but we want it to have space both as a window and as something else. So that means I will have to go back to this place and remove this from being move the padding, reduce the padding from being 0 to 2 because I want the window to have very little space. So that way it gives it this rounded shape and the space between it is still there and then the rounded shape still exists as well. So this makes more sense. So I'm going to then also extend this text black. This I'll leave it as black by default. We are not changing the button, but we still leave it as it is. So we can see this remains as it is. Right, similar to iOS, but not exactly, but it still makes sense. So we have our buttons, then we need to now provision what the buttons will do. So next thing to do is we need to, since we are using the flex, we can just do this align center. So it breaks it down to align with whatever is on that path, right? So that's basically what we want. So you can see it makes more sense now. The spacing and the gaps in between the buttons. You can always extend this to 2 if it's not too much. I think I prefer this because it gives more space. We don't want to cramp everything, right? So we can have that. But to make it easy, we don't want to use it this way. Why? Because we want it to be something familiar, and we don't want to make it too iOS-like because you already have something like that. Or if you're using iOS, it will get too confusing. You want to have that, but it still makes sense. You can use any of this flow you want. Any of them still works. So if I do this, there's enough space now. So I can basically go back to the menu and remove what I don't want from it. So all I need to do is just remove the, for every menu, I don't want it to have the border and all of those things. So all I need to do is go to menu, right? Go to the menu bar and remove that border from it, which you can see here. So all I need to do is border 0. And if I do that, the border no longer exists. Of course, the shadow will still be there, but we can say shadow none. and automatically the shadow is gone, right? So we can check that also. You can see there's no longer any shadow, but we still have the same color, the same whatever that needs to be there. The body, the nested links, everything that we need is still there. You can see this. So it works exactly the way we want it to work. Now, how long have we spent doing this? We've done literally 51 minutes, less than an hour, but we already have the button component. Now, all of this is because I'm also explaining. If I'm just working on it, it shouldn't take as much time as this. It should take very, very shorter time to make this work, like literally shorter. So that's basically what I want to do here. So I want to do all of this, and then I can make this work as well, literally, and that makes a lot of sense, right? So you have this file, you have the edit, you have the view, you have the profile, and everything just works, right? Basically. So another thing we need to do is now is we need to make sure that this is just static now. Everything is just static here. This is just the window. So we can actually configure this to an actual alert configuration whereby every of this remains whenever we say OS window, you import all of this. It doesn't matter what it is. Now we've not made this dynamic in such a way that when we have it, we want to it to be dynamic. Now the dynamism of this is where we need to now use AI to do this because I don't want to have to write all the props and everything myself. I'll just tell the AI to make it dynamic as much as possible, which is where that will come in. But then let me just put all the pieces together, then we'll go through that. Now you can see we don't need all of this again because if I click on this, it's supposed to close, but we've not done that. So what do we need to do? I need to convert this from being an SH button here. What did I do? Wow, I've broken my, oh no. Okay. All right, so I need to use this, the alert dialog cancel and the action. Now, because there are three actions here, this is to minimize. We don't have a minimize function yet. So we need to have a minimize function. We don't have an expand function. We need to have an expand function, right? We need to have all of those things. So definitely we need that. So if I do this, okay, I need to fix this. This makes no sense. Why is it this big? Okay, I think I need to reduce the size of this. It's a bit too big. Yeah, makes sense. All right, so if I click this, I need it to expand. I will define the logic for all of those things. So, but basically we are done. We are still working on dealing with the UI for now. And you can see we have this. If I close this, it pops up like a window, pops up like a window, pops up like a window. We can use that. And it makes sense. Nothing too crazy, right? Okay, so this, and this. If I close this, if I click on this now, this automatically closes, right? Like 100% closes. Yeah. So let's implement that functionality. So what we need to do is to use this button here, which is this alert dialog or the alert action, depends on what you're trying to do. So I'm just going to create the alert dialog here. I'm just going to move it into it. It should spoil the design, I know, definitely, but I can use it as a child and I don't want it to misbehave and still misbehave. But you can see that when I close it, when I click this, it automatically just cancels, which is not exactly what I wanted to do, but it still works, right? I can remove this totally. Yeah, I'll do this. So let's see if I can, if you have something reasonable here. It's still going to just spoil the design. Okay, you know what? I'm just going to remove everything completely. No, okay, no, I'm just going to do it manually. I'm just going to remove this. I can do this instead. It's not working. There's already like a defined template for it. So I'm going to say padding is 0, width is 0. No, padding is 0, height is, yeah, border is 0, outline is 0, because we don't want an outline, we don't want the ring none, 0. So I don't want butler outline ring because everything is still in by default under the hood, so I don't want that. And I also don't want any of the over makings in cheese. I just want the background should be transparent by default, and that fixes it. So we don't have any of those things displayed. But if I click on it, you can see it automatically closes the modal or the window. So yes, we can remove all of this because it doesn't make sense. We don't want conventional dialogues, right? So that means I can and I will remove this too. I'll remove the footer totally because I don't need it anymore. So two things, you can leave it, right? So you can leave it in the sense that if I move it up here and I move it to here, it still works. I know it's weird because it's called footer, but then it will still work. If I do this, you can see it's still here and it's going to retain that size. So if you really wanted to do this and make it work, we could have just removed this too, right? Let me comment this out because, okay, you know what? There's no need for that. Let me remove this. I'm going to comment one of them. So I'll comment this one here. So if I move this into this place, you can see that this just works automatically. But because the configuration for that says you should flex it to the end, it's going to automatically flex it to the end. That's how it's supposed to work. That's basically what it does. Let me use that. So this is what we have currently. So also we can make adjustments to the alert dialog. Let me just show you what I mean. So if I go here and I go to the header, okay, you know what? There's no point. They don't have enough enough description for that. But let me show you what this is. So if I go to the header, I can bring the header out of it totally. Oh no, I can't. That's to be inside the content. Okay, so in Radix is a bit different, but here it has to be the same. Header, footer, then you have the description. Description can be totally different. So that means what I mean is I can totally bring this the header, the title description. Wow, I thought there should be a better way to do this. Yeah, there is, but you know what? I'm not dwelling on this for now. We can always modify it anyhow we want. But then basically what I'm saying is you can have this here, alert footer, right? That look footer, and then you can retain that same size. But what we want to do here is we can say you can flex it to be um you can justify it to start. And then if we do that, if you do it well, you can see that it doesn't work for this, but we have to okay, let me just leave that for start so that we don't have any issues in case of so we can do this and say justify start. So if I do this, okay, yeah. So justify is actually overriding it. So if I do this, you can see it works. All I need to do is just specify that I want it to be more important than so I'm just forcing it basically. So you can see we have this. But I still don't like the way it is because it makes sense, but the padding doesn't justify it the way it's supposed to be. So what we are going to do is in terms of how the window looks, with respect to the top and the bottom padding, I really don't like it. So we are going to do this. Py is going to be 0 and px is going to be 2. So it does what did I do? Oh no, absolutely not. Definitely not this. It's going to be the flex itself, which is 1. So it's going to be 1. So it's going to retain almost the same thing. So it's going to be too much. What do you know? It's perfect. Okay, so I don't want it to be both sides. I want it just the left side, so it maintains that's padding, but left and right, like in top and left. So we have something reasonable here. But like I said, I still don't like it. It's just a bit too much, in my opinion. Okay, so excuse me. So now we have that. We have this. If I close this, we don't no longer need this. I no longer need that. So this becomes like an actual button that we can make use of, and it's the menus that you can actually use for whatever you want to do. So, like I said, we can move the button here. We can leave it here. It just depends on how you want it to be. So, say for instance, we want to make it a bit crazy. We can just say, okay, let's say direction, row reverse, justify should be between because we want it to be like this. And then that means I have to increase this to be a bit of 100. Why is not moving? Okay, so I have to make that like that. And what else? What else? What else? What else? For you to move to that side, the OS menu. So yeah, reverse justify between. So let's say we class name of PG Blue 200. Yeah, no wonder. Yeah, it's definitely not taking that. Okay, I know what I need to do. Jeez, I need to move this again. Wow. Okay. Yeah. So see, that's the problem I was trying to avoid, but then it's not to avoid. So you can have it this way. And also to make it easy, to make it even better, you can have it this way. So you reverse it and then the user can sit any other one. So absolutely anyhow you want to style it. Do you understand? So you can see that basically what we've done now is to create a window that looks like an operating system Windows, Mac in this case specifically. Now, another thing we want to do is we want to have like a doc, like you have an actual Mac page. That depends. You don't really need to have it, but I'm just speculating. You might decide to want that, but I don't want it because if I'm using a Mac OS like I'm currently doing, I don't want a doc to appear twice. That's quite confusing for me. I know if I'm using a Windows laptop, I know that I don't have the dock, but I have the stats bar or the tax bar, right? Which I know that is there by default. It's just fixed. So I don't want something like that. But then I can have something like this that makes it native to my operating system as well. Do you understand? We can have this. So, but then I'm going to just keep it this way. I think I prefer it like this. Minimize closes. Yes, I prefer it like this. You can leave it the way it was before, whereby you don't want it. Okay, no, let's just do this. Let's make it interesting. No, let's see this. No, no, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. Okay, you know what? Just need to make it easier. We're going to do this. We're going to use a. Okay, so we're going to use CN to like make it dynamic, right? And I'm going to do this. Yes, I'm going to say is Mac. Actually, there's a way to actually detect the operating system you are using. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to look for a way to detect the operating system I'm using. That way, I'm going to make use of it. So what I want to do is, I don't have any hooks here that I can use. Okay, specifically that's nice. So there are hooks that I can use for this guy. There's this. I don't know if I want to use that, but let me just show you guys in case you're interested. There are different places you call MCP servers here that you can use for. No, not this, not this, not this. Where is it? Hmm. There are options you can use like provisions for other, not examples, not namespaces. Where is that thing? This way I always go to pick to pick different tools that are built around charts here that I can use. Oh my god, how can't I find this? Hmm. Just a minute, please. Let me see if I can find this. No, it's none of this. Crying out loud, where is this? Hmm. Okay, I can't seem to find it now, but there's this. Yeah, they're like man, I can't find it right now. A list of other. Yes, this is what I'm looking for. Registry directory. Yes, that I can use. So there's this. There are hooks here you can use. So if you are trying to look for other things you can use like around it, for instance, if you want to use something like this, ScrollX UI, you can let's check it out and see. There are a lot of them, right? You can see this ScrollX UI for creating this kind of beautiful stuff. We can pick from this, just to make it useful. It's interesting, it's important. Beautiful animations, tunable, customizable. There are stuff we want, right? We don't want to do. I can create this if I want, but do I want that for our use case? No, right? We don't want this for our use case, but then it's cool if you are trying to create like very beautiful interactive stuff. Do you understand? So these are just examples. So yes, but this is not what we are trying. I'm just showing you examples of what you can use. I don't want to get carried away by checking it out too much. So let's go to the hooks. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I know there are hooks here. Yeah, exactly. Now these are examples. So if I go here and I check a comprehensive React collection beauty chassis, and you can check all the hooks here. You can use it to find which, if I'm not mistaken, the agent to determine which browser you are or which operating system you are using. So there's a way to always change that, but then I'm not really bothered. Let me just search for it. User agent. I don't want to have to use this. Yeah, exactly. The server component. I don't want to have to do that. I'm definitely not doing that. Okay, you know what? Basically, we'll still have to do that, but then let me just do something simple for this. We'll get the AI to do that for us. So I'll just create is Mac. Um, set is Mac. I'll call this Boolean. I'll call it false. So if it is a Mac operating system is Mac, then I want to use all of this design, row reverse and stuff. So I'm going to say row reverse, flex, row reverse. All right, and then justify between automatically. Else, it's just going to leave it the way it is. So no, no. If it's not Mac, let's do it that way. So that means if we go back to our Next.js application, which is this client, this client. Excuse me, sorry about that. That was reckless. All right, so you can see this. So if I'm using a, so where is it? Its mark is false. So if it's marked because it's false, it's going to automatically do this. So if I do this and don't want it to have that, if it's not marked, then it should automatically. Oh, I need to remove this. Sorry about that. I remove this. I make it start, justify start. Yeah. And I don't row reverse it. It's just going to be row by default. So there's no need specifying row by default. You can see this. So the reason for this is because of this craziness. Oh jeez, what do I do here? So the weight is full. This is supposed to be um okay. This is it. So you can see this here. And then if not, if it's not mark, it's supposed to go here. But this is wrong. This should be here also. Where is that thing? I'm not sure I need this. Um, okay, let me check the background color. So why is it not working? Oh yeah, I think I did this for this also. That's why. Sorry about that. I'm supposed to have that here, but that's not even the issue with this. So that only works for when it is. So we can also do that for when is mark. So when it is mark flex row reverse. Yeah, so we have this, and you can see this. We have this, this, and this. If it's not mark, Right. If it's Mac, right, you want to have it this way. Show this, and this. But if it is not, which is the same thing as this, you want to have it like this, then this should show here, then this should come here. You want to justify between, not start. Okay. Let's see. So just a minute. Let me see this well. So the first thing you want to have here is you want to, if it is not currently, we say if it is mark, it's false. Okay, no, let me make it true. Let me no, let me avoid the confusion. So if it is mark, I want it to show the way it's showing currently. Show not reversed. If it is not a mark, show reversed. Show like this. But that's not what I want. Okay. So if it is a mark, which actually it is true for now, show it this way. So if it is mark, show like this and show like this. So this is wrong. So it should be reversing it and it's justifying between, which is not what we want. And what else? It's supposed to start. Then the theme is supposed to not flex it, right? This should be done to flex it. So flex row reverse, flex row, justify between. Then this one should okay. All right. So I think we are going to come back to this. I don't want to waste time on this. I think it's just something that we need to fix, just the design stuff and all of those things. But we can always come back to fix this. But apparently, what is causing this is just this. Yeah, right. So that's why it's not working as intended. It's maintaining the blue shape. So this is supposed to come here and this is supposed to come here. But apparently, it's not doing that. So that means something is preventing that spacing between them, which is wrong because it's supposed to take that width size. So I think it's because of the state we are using. So we are not supposed to be using state, but passing it into this component. So we're supposed to be passing it as a child component, but then just to demonstrate that we can have that, right? So we don't want that currently. So let's say we have so let's just leave it this way for now. Yeah, makes sense. So what we are going to do for this eventually is we are going to have like a configuration, not a configuration. It's going to be automated. It's going to detect your operating system and show you a window that actually matches your operating system view. So let's say window. So that way it's going to configure it. So for the Windows operating system, it's going to show this here at this side and reverse them, just like we did now. So that means something like this is going to be displayed. You can see the way it flipped this guy. So that's what will happen. Or yeah, so that's basically it. So what we need to do now is to if I'm to fix this. I already know how to fix it. I know what to do to fix this. It's just to yeah. So that way we are just going to stretch this guy. So this one is going to flex one, and yeah, that is it. Whew, can you imagine? All right, so that means if it is a Mac operating system I'm using, it's going to reverse it at first, and it's going to justify between both of them. So that means for when it is not a Mac, it doesn't need to do that. So if it's not a Mac, rather, it needs to justify between both of them, right? Like what we have here. So if it is a Mac operating system, do the same thing. But if it's not a Mac operating system, there's no point. This is how it's going to look like. But if it is Mac, rather, this is wrong. I'm confusing myself with this. But if it is a Mac operating system, it should not do this, right? So if it is Mac, this is what we want to have. We want it to be this actually. You know what? I'm going to leave it like this first. This is so confusing. I don't even want to think about it for now. But then you get the idea. This is going to show like this. But then if you have this, it's going to come back to the original way it's supposed to look like. So does that make sense? Yeah. All right, we're good to go. So that's basically what we need to check. So if it's a Mac now, show, because we assume that there are a lot of people use Windows. So let's say it's not a Mac by default, right? So it's always a Windows system. But because we're using a Mac, I'm just going to say yes, it's a Mac. So show like this. That's simple. Okay, but you get the idea. We don't want to use this. We're going to use something else eventually, but that works perfectly. So we can remove this button because we don't need to have that, just to demonstrate that. That's how you set up your radix if case is not working. So now we have this, but this is not the only way we want to have it. You can see that the spacing at the top here makes a lot more sense than this generally. So two ways to actually fix it. I can decide to extend the spacing of the alert dialog itself by changing it from 2 to 4 and then increasing or reducing the space of this. I think I prefer that. And then increasing the space of the, what else? PX, where that is PX till that time. Yeah, PL2. It's back to 0. So if I do this, you can see automatically increase spacing to all of it. But I don't want it to be that. I can force this and then automatically conforms to this. So yeah, it does that now and it maintains it. So this is more reasonable, right? It is. But then at the end of the day, it's still too much. I don't want it to be this much. If you come back to this setting, it is also still too small. I want it to be that small. So, but then we are going to look for a very comfortable place, and then we're just going to stick to that. So, but currently, I want it to be on 2 here. Um, yes, for just the top, for the to have this, just to have the extra padding for every one of them. But you know what? I think I want it to be 4. I would prefer it to be 4. We can then remove the extra spaces that we have for this. No, that makes no sense because there's no extra space here. But this is actually taking the space in it. But we don't need that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the PT. I'm going to make it 0. Make it 2. I don't want it to be that much. Perfect. So this is what we are going to have. So if I do this, it still works. I don't want the range. I don't want it to be there. That's exactly why I didn't want to use it that way. Excuse. Okay, yeah, this is a better way to have it. So I don't want that to work. Okay, so that makes a lot of sense, right? We have this not working, but we have this not working. So those should also work correctly. So but then we have this, and this that works, as you can see. So it makes sense. So now you can see that we've already started with this. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go back to the page and then remove all of this. We don't want this. We want it to look like an actual web page that makes sense, but in a modern way. So I'm going to collapse this. Show the dialog. I'm going to change it to another name. So we want to make this dynamic. I want to make it dynamic in the sense that, okay, so now this is where I'm going to need the AI to actually make this dynamic. And I want to make it dynamic. But then let me first remove all of this. I don't want all of this. What do I need here? I don't need any of this for now. Just gonna remove this. You know what? I'm just going to remove it. I don't want this. Okay, you know what? I don't want to remove it totally. I want to call it another name. I want to duplicate this. So that way it doesn't display anything. The old page is just going to be removed here. This is not going to be there. And then I'm going to, the reason is because I might want to copy anything I don't want to. I might want to use eventually, so that's why. But I don't need it for now. Technically nothing. for now. So let me just remove everything that's inside here: the image, the the list. We don't want the list. We don't want the images. So what else do I want? I want this. I don't want this here. I don't want the footer also. Let's see. Do I want the footer? Nope. Nope. We want to create our own design language, basically. So that's basically what I want to do. So for now, we just have the OS window. But I want to make the OS window dynamic. So I have options for my AI. So what do I use for my AI? What do I use for that? So let me try and present this. I think the font is a bit small. I think small. Not entirely sure. Let me get the editor. Let me change the font. Let me increase it. 17. I think it's bigger. I think this is big enough. Or the source code is going to be available for anybody in case you want it. But then if it's not, you can always tell me to like increase it in the chat. I will always pick that up and do it that. Okay, so I think this is big enough. So as I was saying, we have this and okay. So the next thing I have here is to make this dynamic. Like I said, I'm just going to do that with here. I'm not going to like do it myself because I don't need that. I'm going to remove components I'm not using, like the action. I'm going to remove that. So I'm going to go back to this and tell the AI to update it to make it dynamic. But then that will depend on what I want, the dynamism I want, right? In such a way that I want to be able to determine things like the dialogue, the menu itself. So I want to be able to pass the menu into it. I want to be able to decide what goes in as content. So this will basically be the children of that component. So that means I need to have that. So what do I need? First thing I need to have um I need the children basically. Let me okay just so let's say I make it React node. I need the children. I need the menu. The menu is going to be constant. It's going to be display menu. Let me say it's going to have a menu. The menu is going to be also a React node. That's what it's going to be. I don't need this. I'm importing React. Let me know I'm importing React. Allow me import this. Okay, you know what? We'll deal with that. So we have what else? What am I doing? Jeez. So we have the menu. We need the menu. We need the children. We need what again? What else do we need? Let's see. Let's see. What do we need here? We need the children. This will be the children. Definitely everything that's going to be in the menu, and it's going to be. We need to define the sizes, but that will come from the styling itself. So we need to define what goes into this place, these menus. So we need to define the menu that will be passed into it. So that means all the menu, we have a way to pass in the menu dynamically. That has to be done. So we also need to, what else? We also need to think. What again do we need? All right, you know what? Like I said, we'll build as we go on. So, but now currently, this is first thing we have. Let's start with this. So let's see the menu equals is a React node, and the children is also the same. Let me duplicate this. So that way, we know that the menu is going to be this, not just going to be OS menu. So it's going to be an OS menu, but customized. So that means we need to also customize the OS menu to have its own thing. So that means we don't just have OS menu now. We need to have menu for different windows that we provision. Does that make sense? So that means we need to have different windows, not just one. And that means we cannot have a generic way. We can have a dynamic way, but that makes it difficult. It doesn't. We can just create like a data that will pass into this menu, and then we can create dynamic menus from it. That makes sense. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to tell it to, okay, let me tell it to create dynamic menu from this menu bar. So I'm going to pass it to any of the AI tools I use. So I use Kilo Code, and I also use so I use Kilo Code, and I also use Klein, and I also use the JetBrains native AI agent. But then let's stick to using Kilo Code for now, right? I just prefer using that for now. So let's say I go to this guy. Okay, so what I want to do is I will tell it to do this. I want to tell it, give it the instructions. So I'm just going to say, create a dynamic component from this OS menu component. Don't change, don't update this one. Create a new dynamic component instead. So first of all, I like to use the architect to plan what I want to do. So now this is just to make it easy to say, okay, I want to do this, and then I make it work. Right? That's basically what I want to do. Now, now you can see this. This is basically what I want to do. So what's the next thing to do from here? So let's just wait for the AI to do this thing. So, but basically, you can see we have this already, right? So now we know that we still need to give actions to all of this. Like create a new tab should still create a new tab. So create a new window should create a new window. So a new tab should be what? For Windows that you have tabs, but we are not going to that to do those crazy things yet. But just know that every of this menu, that's this menu bar, should have actions attached to them. Don't worry, we've not had actions to any of them yet. There's no action for any of this, but we can do that. But the actions for every menu should also be tied to that window itself. So that's why we need to make it dynamic. Now, before this one starts, I will just tell it to tell me how you intend to go about this task. So it's going to explain. I want it to, because I want to be able to decide what it should have. I know it's going to create like a data for it that you can look map through for each of the menus and then the sub menus and all of those things. It's just a way and predefined actions too. So exactly. Type definitions for menu configuration, optional shortcuts. Yes. Create dynamic OS menu. I might not like this, but let it just do it first. I might just refactor it myself based on what I need. And preserve original component. Yes. Create dynamic. Yes. Accept configuration. Exactly. Now this is what I want. I want to accept the configuration array of menus, right, with their actions. Currently, there are no actions. So what I can do is I will tell it to add actions to it. Okay, you know what? No, let me just tell you to do it first. We'll make changes as we proceed. So proceed with the plan to create the dynamic menu component. So now you see that within the first 1 hour, we successfully created our window. Now let's go back to our checklist. Our checklist says to we need menus, which we already have. We need windows, which we've already created. We need actions. Actions like those the menu, the open, close, and expand, which we also already have. So that means you successfully checked this guy out. We've checked this, we've checked this, we've checked this. Now the next thing we need to have is tabs. We don't really need tabs yet. So I'm just going to assume that we've done all that we need to do for now. So everything we need for the component has been, or let me use that. And that means we can basically just proceed. The AI does this thing. It's going to create a plan. Yeah, typical, typical AI stuff. So, but then let it just do what it wants to do. We are going to make sure we are going to make use of all of these things as well. But then let it just create it. Okay, so let's see what's the next thing. Create this, switch to code mode, complete this. Yeah. All right. So let's see the implementation plan first. So create a dynamic version of this. Is going to do this. Keys. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. So I think I wanted to create actions too. There are no actions currently. It only has things like value change and all of those things, which okay, yeah, on click. That's nice. So it has the on click implementation done for each of the menu types. So when I click it, it should do something. So it already took that into consideration. So it's going to look like this: the label, the content, type, and all of these things. So there's a way you can also do this if you don't want to go this route. Define each of the menus yourself, right? It's easier that way too because at the end of the day, you want to have different data and different menu. So it depends. I'm just going to go with this for now. But if I see that this is going to take much time, I'm just going to switch to creating different menus. So we can have a folder here called menu for components. So we can basically have a folder called menus. And inside the menus, we want to have for each of the pages, for each of the windows, for whatever task you want to do. But the essence of doing it this way is to have that dynamism, right? And to be able to have that flexibility also to be able to create the menu from different things and then map them to certain things as well. But that is not an issue. So now this looks fine to me. So I'm going to just proceed and yeah, I just proceed to code. So I'll just tell it to proceed to whatever he wants to do because I like the way he's already creating it here, create different menus. So I'm just going to stick to this flow, create the type, the action, and all of those things. And then he can proceed to use that to create the menus itself. Right, as a JSON file. So you can just load the JSON files and then it makes use of it for every window itself. So that makes sense. So let it continue with this and create whatever he wants to. So he's just going to create it like this. You can see. Now, everyone create this. But like I said, it does that incentive if you don't want to do that because during the fact that you are looking at should I this structure, this default whereby I'm defining the label content, or I should just proceed to going with something like this that is easy for me. I'll just copy and paste and modify it. This is going to be different files, whichever works for you, right? I'm just doing it because of whatever options you want to go with. I personally prefer doing it this way for now, at least since you are not going crazy yet. This method is for when you have like a whole lot of complexity, maybe different modules, like the one on postdoc, for instance, then this method works. But just for our own use case, we can use this and reuse this and make it work. It doesn't really have anything to doesn't have any implications currently for what we are doing. So I'm just going to leave this for now. And okay, so the next thing, it has created this default menu. So we can use this if we want to. Separator is not assigned to type of item. Let's see. Did he create a type for it? It did not. Okay, well, we'll fix all of these issues eventually. So let's stick with this now. So what we can do is we can then make changes, right? So I'm going to close this. I don't need the plan anymore. We have the demo here. Now the demo, this is the dynamic menu, and this is the dynamic menu demo that we can use. So if I go to these are various examples, right? It's just to show you how it's supposed to work, different examples. And when you click, it does this, it does that, it does different things. So this is just a way of using them. So everything that is on this page is just a way of using them. So we don't need to bother about this. So now let's think of the next thing to do. So what do we want to do next? Now we know that we can create our windows from just a button. Just put a button and we can trigger the actions for those things. So that is fine, perfectly okay. But that doesn't completely give us what we want also, because we still want to have things like, can I drag this, right? But that should depend on what you're trying to do now. So should we be able to drag or not across the, so that means you want to be able to move the window within the viewport, which is the screen that you are currently, and then prevent it from overflowing the page and all of those things. But like I said, we're going to add all of those, but not now. So we've done this. Let's implement it. So next thing to consider is if we minimize this, what happens to it? Where does it go to? Does it get deleted? Does it close that window? Where does it minimize to? I know that on my Mac, for instance, if I click on minimize, I know it's going to the dock. So there are two ways we can look at this. We can decide to go to the dock and create it. So I'm going to create a dock version and another version that is not the dock version. So I'm going to go to, is it as Infinity now? Or let's just go there. I know there's an option that you can use to create like a dock. I'm sure. Yeah, I didn't create it with CSS. All right, but then this is not what we came for. So let's check the components. Yes, this is what we need. So the floating dock is what we need. So I'm just going to pick this. We can use this for our code, right? We don't even need to do anything. And thank God is already in ShardCN. So all I need to do is copy and paste it. Voila, we're good to go. So I can copy the prompt also to install and but there's no point. Just copy this. And I'll use it. I can also install it like this, but I don't think that's necessary. But it can be. You know what? Let's do it. I like the fact that we can do this. Remember, it's just a registry, so we can. So if you do this, automatically going to install it without the dependency, so we don't need to create the different code we need for this. But I think it's just one line of code. And using tabla icons. I don't have tabla icons here. Whatever, we can make changes for all we need. So let's go to the components. We'll see that we have that in our own components now. So let's see, floating dock automatically. So now let's try using this since we already have this. Let's see. Table icons. Is this not going to complain? I don't have table icons. Let's see. Did he install it? Oh, it does. Nice. That's dependencies. So you can see automatically we have this. All I'm going to do is I'm going to use this floating dock. Yeah, that's the desktop version. Does this create a hook to define which page to render for? Show input. Okay, let's just do this. So what we need to do is we can just copy this now and we can use it for various use cases. So I know there's a way to define, I'm trying to remember this hook that I can use to determine. I don't know if it's use hooks. If use hook has something that we can use to determine the operating system, or not just the browser itself now. There's a way to, there's this thing I use for that. I can't really remember, but there's a way to determine which you are running from. Okay, I can't seem to see that now, but then I'm sure we'll come back to that eventually. So these are very cool things you can always use for your projects, depending on what they save you a lot of time and effort if you need most of them. But if it's just one, you probably can write the hook yourself. But if you want a hook that is vetted and vetted and vetted over and over and over, I think this is one of the best ones that I've used, and then you can also use it also. So it makes a lot of sense. So there's a lot of more that I showed. Like the one I showed the other time, the one for the hook, like this hooks. So we can use this if we want to. Okay, this doesn't have what I want to, so we can use this. Let's just copy this and use this directly. All right, so I'm going to add this floating dock to the home page so that we can also check it. So we're going to add it here so that we can also see what happens. So it's going to float here. That's what's expected to do. So if I do that, I should go to the page. Where's window text? No. I didn't add anything to it. I'm going to remove that guy. Okay. You know what? Let's just do that once and for all since we are there already. So I'll just tell this, start a new task. I have this component, the window component is not complete yet. Create the completed component. Okay, let's do this. Let me do this. Yeah, okay. So let's say OS type. Let's say OS type. Perfect. Okay. All right. So we have this defined. So I'm just going to tell it to make sure I should make it dynamic. I want the to be dynamic. So I'll ask how it's about. So how it's going to do it. So let's see. So now you can see we have that, but since it doesn't really affect much, you can just add the doc to it also. Doc, floating doc. Yep. Floating doc expect what does it expect? Let's see. What do you expect? You say the items. Oh, yeah, it does expect the items. Okay. Yeah, in order not to waste time, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to copy this directly and copy this. So I'm going to go to components and create a floating dock inside. Yeah. So I'm going to paste this inside of it. Everything should be fine. Floating dock demo. So I'm going to go to page and do this. Floating dock. Okay, this is a terrible name. I'm not using floating dock demo. I'll just say OS dock. Just the way I called the other ones. OS dock and OS dock. And yeah, nice. We're good. So if I go back to this now, is this guy writing something already? No, he's not. So it should be good. Add an error. Use ref. Totem is not defined. How do you install the library for me without installing all the packages? Importing that is working client component, obviously. Okay, good. Yeah, so this is it. So we have the doc now with the motion. So we can always use this. So next thing we need to do is just decide and say, okay, we have this already defined. I can move this down here, make it stay at the bottom of the page. But then let me complete this. It says Windows state, analyze this. Okay, first things first. I need to create, oh geez, I need to add this store to it. Okay, we will do all of those things. Don't let us bother about that for now. When we start working with the options, we are going to implement stores. Use store like Zustan to implement a state management. Yeah, for the client states, and then we're going to undo that. Since we are not working with any server state yet, so we are just going to be working with the client state. So we're going to be using Zustan for that, but we'll define that and set it up eventually. So it's a static this to make it dynamic, understand requirements. Which requirement we like to prioritize for Windows state management, add minimize close functionality, proper state State tracking. Yeah, nice. So it's already talking about states, which is what I remember too. So replace static menu with dynamic menu system. You already have window interactions. Exactly. I like this. So dynamic content, make the window content fully configurable with props. Yeah, perfect. Window manager. Hmm, exactly. But then the interesting thing is, do we have nested window functionality in ChatCN? I need to know, but I don't want to bother about that. But let me just allow it to this. Implement all of this. Hmm, Dynamic menus. Yeah. Okay, before I do this, I just want to commit what I've done so far. All the stuff I've added. Yeah, I'm not creating branches yet, so yeah, everything's just going to go once. But when we start doing things that can break the system, we start doing that. Probably should have done that actually. Okay, it's not bad. I'm not pushing it yet, so I'm not creating branches for each of them. So there's no need having them that way. I just call it. Okay, you know what? Just pushing it. We'll do all of those eventually. Let me not waste time here. So now let's go back to this. I know. Don't push this. So commit anyway. Yes. We are going to work on all of those types errors eventually. Implement all dynamic features, Windows State Management Dynamic and content is focus on Windows State Management, minimize and dynamic menu integration first. Mhm. Okay, we'll make changes eventually. Let me add the doc first. So going back to the doc, I'm going to close this. I'm going to close what I don't need for now. I'm going to go back to the. I call it floating doc. Why will I do that? Jesus. Oh yeah, floating doc is cool. All right, so let's go back to the OS doc and go to displays and let's undo all of those things we have. Yes, let's make it position. Let's import from radix. Position is absolute. Fixed rather. Bottom is going to be 8. So let's use that. No, not exactly. Oh my god, I know why. Not exactly what I was hoping for, but then don't scatter what I'm doing here. Oh no, oh no. Thank God I made this. It's just going to stop everything I've done, change my style and everything. No, don't do that. Come on. No, I don't want this. Just stop. Stop. Cancel. I'm going to revert. Don't want this. Store files. Task, in fact. Confirm. Just wait everything I've done. No, definitely not. What was that? What is this? Absolutely not. What? No. Just stick to what you need to do first of all. Preserve. Where's it? Where's it again? Keep the alert, make it dynamic state management and dynamic menus. That's all. Don't go doing what you're not supposed to do. Don't mess up my code. Just make me write this again. Okay, I was trying to check the size of this. Really? Oh, that's sad. Very sad. Nice. Okay, so why are you showing this? What is this? Okay, yeah, it's using it actually. Okay, let's proceed with that. We'll do more stuff eventually. So this has column of this. How am I putting this here? What's even the incentive of me putting it this here? No, I'm just going to wait for it to be done. So I don't want to like cancel whatever is doing currently. Let me go to page. Let's make this use clients. Let me agree to this for start hallucinating. I don't want it to hallucinate actually, so I just want it to work as I intend it to work. So let's check if it works now. Yeah, if it does, I don't need it to run it for me. Oh my god, how is this possible? How do you mess up something so Jesus? Okay, let's see. Open window works, right? Just remove the dock I added to this thing. Okay, I removed it myself. Okay, open Mac window, nothing. Open Windows, window, nothing. Open window. Okay, but it's still messed it up because can I drag? No, I still can't drag, but at least why did he just change the button style for no reason? Man, this is okay. So at least, what is this? Why did this happen? Wow. Okay, I will need to check something else. So reject. I don't need to run it. Just reject. It's fine. Control window. Change title. There's a lot of things wrong with this, which I'm sure. Try window controls first. Okay, this makes sense. All right, so you can see we have this already. So we have dynamic menus. I think it just created different dynamic menus for me. I think this is one of the problems. If I click this and I click new document, it does what it does the same thing of creating it here, which is just wrong. If I click on this, I click on anything, right? Okay, I think it's done with it. Okay, it's still making changes. So I'm going to come back to this. Let me just add doc to the. I assume it's done. Title description. I can create with menu, custom menu. No, don't do this. Don't do this. This is not the way it should work. No, don't. So with controlled window, okay, close, minimize, maximize, custom trigger. Okay, that makes sense. Custom trigger makes sense. Okay, yeah, I think I like the here. Minimize, toggle full screen, set Windows state, and this, which makes sense. We'll come back to that. Let's see what it did here and why it's misbehaving so much. Let's see. I need to go and remove that thing from there. So if I click any button, does it work? So now you can see what we have here. We already have this, but like I said, it already messed up the styling also. So we just need to modify the style and make it what we expect it to be. So currently setting the max width for it, which I did not want it to do, but that's fine. You can always make changes. Um, how is it getting the OS type is the question. It's using my okay, that's fine. So it's setting the mark as default, which is valid. So the window content for when there's no content, okay. And it's setting okay, no, let me just fix this guy first of all. So I know what is even happening here. If I'm not mistaken, it's I hope it didn't remove that for me. Oh no, that will not make sense. I'm not supposed to go. Okay, no what? Let's do this. So let's go to the menu bar and try removing this from the menu bar. It's not supposed to remove anything from the menu bar, but the alert dialog rather. So which if I'm not mistaken, it should still be there. I set it to P which is a padding of 4. Yes. So why did this guy have to? So why did this guy have to make any change? Like why? I set it to padding of 0. So where is this move coming from? I'm struggling to understand what is happening here. If I open the window, why is it fixed? Is I telling me this is not moving again? Why did you set it to 0 for me? Just stick to what you are told to do. Okay, so now we have our window the same way it was before. And interestingly, it added px of 6 to this, which I didn't ask it to do, but what do you know? Took his own route, did nonsense. Okay, so that's fine. So now we have this, and we can close it just like we could do before. Undo close, which was you didn't need to do this. It's already. You didn't need to do this. This is not needed. Like, but you know what? Let's just leave it. Let's assume the close is there and something else should happen, but it's not needed at all. And I'm sure I don't need this, but let's leave it. Just for the dynamism, control the window. Still can move it. All right, so now we have the basic, we have the prerequisite, like the basic of the basic. Multiple windows, we can't, this is not working. The multiple windows functionality is clearly not working. I don't know what it did to that, but I'm sure it should not even work. Multiple windows, Mac and others. That's so weird. Okay, so we have the title and description already set. We have the same thing set for this and this. And I'm struggling to understand why this is happening here. It should not, but as you can see, it is, which is strange. But as it is, we can see we already have this, right? And we have the controlled window as well, which I don't even understand what is there. They have the custom content window with different content, which is what we want. We want the content to be the children, which you can define and automatically just displays it. As you can see from this content, where's it? This custom content window. The custom content window shows this as the children. So automatically just put it inside and displays it the way you want. So it already makes sense for what we want and it works currently. So we have the title, description, and that. So the same thing goes for this. We have the OS type to be the Mac, and we have this to be the others. Oh, so I understand. If I double click, it does that. I just saw that in the code, Google OS type. So that's why it was not working initially. So now it does. So if I double click, you can see, you can just double click and you see the Mac and Windows switch. And you see, makes sense. So we've done that and it's quite nice. It's beautiful to see. So that makes sense. So we have that. So one thing I'm trying to understand why it's not working. I see that when we close outside, it doesn't work, but if you click escape, it still works. So for the multiple windows, it's not working. Let's see if there's any error when I click on that. Nothing. So that means probably has to do with the state. Let's check that out. Let's see why. So when we go to the page for the control, okay, I don't want this. This is just not needed. It's not needed because it's already here. So I don't need this. So this also the trigger for this, which is the Mac type and the others type, supposed to show me for different operating systems, right? But for some reason, this just fails to display. I don't understand why, but I'll check it out to also know why. So when we look at the trigger, okay. Let's see if it works now. Okay, so it has to do with the trigger. So the trigger doesn't work for it the way we think. Yeah, it doesn't. So, but the trigger, if the trigger is passed, as a React node, it's passed into it. it appears here, or you have the default trigger, which is the one we had before. It does that. But if you're passing in this, yeah, this makes no sense. This makes no sense. So it's not supposed to do that. So this trigger is supposed to work, but for some reason it's not. It's not working. And I think that's to do with, okay, it doesn't have the undo click. Okay. But then it's not supposed to have that also. Just to be, it's not supposed to. I think because we are not using the states, we need to pass in the undo open here, which makes no sense. This is why I didn't want to use that open state and change state. I just wanted it to open and close when you click that. I don't want to have to undo this. Definitely don't want to have to undo this. So if I do this, it should open. If I do this, it should close. Do this open, do this close. I don't want to have to control this until this is specified, but I'm going to leave it for future reference, but I really don't want to have that. So I'm just going to comment it out. It might come in handy eventually when we have like more complex things to do, but for now, it should work. It should definitely work. So we can just have this here. So the essence of it, having inside trigger is to be able to trigger it without causing any craziness for it. So you can see it works. When we click this one, it works. So let's refresh the page again. If I click this, it opens the Mac. If I click this, it opens the Windows view. Perfect. We are good. So now that means we've successfully completed all of these things we need. So we have examples of how to use them. So I'm just going to examples. Let's go back to the layout and add that to the layout. So we want the dock, yeah, which is this here. We want the to be bottom of it. I'm just going to set it there. So it should display. Why is not displaying here? It doesn't matter if it's there or not, but okay, I need to set it to 100% height and width. Oh, sheesh. Okay, you know what? I'm just going to set the Z index to class name Z50. In fact, I'm going to make it 100. 1000 should be good because we want it to be the dock actually. So if I'm not mistaken, this should work. And okay. So yes, we are good on this. Where's the dock located? I can't seem to find it, but I'm very sure it is there somewhere. So we just need to 100%. So how long does it take? We spent 2 hours on this already, just creating this. And even with the fact that we're using AI to make it faster, right? You can see that we already defined what we wanted, and now we are working towards it. So currently everything works. We have this, which works, but we don't have actions attached to the menus yet. But you can see that we have the menu, similar to how we have it on any operating system as well. So we do, so we just have that, and that makes sense. So the essence of this is something you can just pick and use for your project if you are using it. It's just that simple. You can pick it and use it for your project. And another thing is if I open this, I can configure it, but we've already seen all of this. So let's work on the dock, displaying the dock, which is what I want to do. So where is the dock located? It's clearly not being displayed anywhere. And I know why. So I want it to be H screen so that it doesn't, there should not be any overflow. Max should be, in fact, let me just call it DVH. Right, let's make it not to be able to overflow. Let's give it a PG of this to be sure that it does not. Clearly does not. Okay, so that means that's as overridden it. Yeah, forget that inside the page we have that. We don't want it to be inside the page, right? So we need to go and remove what's inside the page and remove the 100% height that is here because we don't want that. So I'm just basically going to remove this and copy this, cut it out, and put it here. So, yep. Yeah, we could. So we have that. So if I check this again, so it is still there. Oh, it's already taking the entire space. All right, so that makes sense. So that means for some reason it's also going to be inside there, which is not what I want. I still want it to be Z index of around 1000, which should still work perfectly for my use case. So I personally don't think I need this, but that still works. Irrespective, I can't use the theme without box without the theme. Oh, I just realized that now. Big mistake again. Okay, so we have this to be bottom of 8. Yeah, now you can see this. So we have this to be 3. We have this to be 0. So we can define it this way also. We can it like 0 pixels, which I'm struggling to understand why it is showing this way. It should not be here. What are you doing? What is happening right now? Is there any padding, margin, translate? No wonder. Why are you translating up there? No, I'll just remove this since it's for mobile. It has nothing to do with what we are doing. I'll leave it for when it is time to use it. Oh, see, I just knew something was wrong. Why do you have to define yourself here? Just allow me to manipulate it the way I want it. That should have been what I should have done. That's my fault. Extremely my fault. I should have checked. Oh my god, what am I doing here? All right, so now we have the dog, as you can see. You have the dog, as you can see. It makes sense. But I want it to be a bit more, a bit reasonable. Let's add some spice and some design flair to it. So now currently we have this. We have all of this. This. Okay, so we have this here, this. So we can attach actions to this as well, as you can see. So I'm sure this also have the dark mode. Currently, we are not implementing dark mode. We've not implemented it, but we are going to implement it as well. So I'm going to make this 5. Okay, 4 should be good, but let's take 5. Yeah, perfect. So it's not too up, it's not too down. It's in the middle of the page, you see. So if I resize it, it's still going to remain within that. Yeah, so that makes sense. So now we have our dog, and if by any means at all, I decide to, I think I can use flex. Okay, I'm going to leave this because I don't want it to be tied to the theme. So that makes sense. I don't want it to be tied to theme. So that makes sense. So that way also, you know what? I'll leave this here because it's supposed to be inside the theme. So let's not just overdo it. So yeah, makes sense. So we're good to go on this. Yes. So we just add actions to this if we wanted to do any main thing, because these are links, right? We can just do anything to them, and then we can manipulate it in such a way that we can add new stuffs to it by pages or by icons. So that means for every page we have like an icon attached to them or like their stuff. Don't worry, we'll talk about all of those later. We'll still work on those things because currently now we have the home page. We can take us to the home page, and then we can have the terminal or the product or whatever, and we can still have that also. It makes sense, right? All right. So once we do this, we have this open window that does whatever we decided. We have what else? What else do we need to do? So currently we need to make this a bit more, a bit cleaner, right? So I'm going to move all of this that I don't need. But it's just good to have them because, of course, yeah. We have the custom menu here. Oh, that's cool. Application edit and view. Yes. Which is this one? Application edit and view. Which when you click it, it does that. But currently we can't move the window. We need to. I need to remove the double click from here. I really don't like this. Jeez, what are you doing? Don't double click anything for me. No, I don't want that. Don't want that. But it's good. We've seen the functionality that it works, right? So if you double click now, nothing should happen. So Now that we are done with that, let's proceed to drag and drop. Should we be able to drag it? Yes. Should we be able to drag the window? Yes. Should not be able to drag the window. It depends because you might want to have windows and just drag it. Now, considering what I showed you guys in that time from the post org, right? Post org has post org can drag the windows. It's draggable. It's draggable. It's extendable like this. You can literally extend the window size and it still fit into that. We are not doing all of this yet. That definitely not. This is a whole lot of work, but we are not doing that yet. But you can see that this works and it makes a lot of sense, right? So we have something like this working here. You can minimize this. Now, you remember, you see what happened there when you minimize this, it goes to the top of the page and you can click it and it comes back up, it pops out again. You can do this. You can, but you can see that flicker. It happens. Don't worry, you deal with all of those things. So, two things we need to do because we need to make sure our own also makes sense. So when I click on this, it should show me what should happen, right? It should show me what is going to supposed to happen. But currently, it doesn't show me what's supposed to happen. So what I'm going to do, we need to the tooltip. Remember, I said we needed tooltip from the beginning. So we are going to go back to get the tooltip. I'm not sure we installed it yet. So we need to install the tooltip. So going back to tooltip, we're also going to need a toast. Currently, we don't have the toast working, but I think Sona is what we are going to use. I like using Sona. I just love it. So we are going to go to pick the tooltip and we're going to use that. Exactly. So going back to the tooltip, where is it? I can try to use the one from ShadCN or from Radix. I prefer the one on Radix, but I'll use the one on ShadCN for now, just to undo the buttons. So let's see, what do we need? First need to install it and then we need to use it. So trigger and then the content. Like I said, I prefer the one on ShadCN. Let me show you why. So tooltip on ShadCN, similar, right? It's similar, no issues. But then I don't have an extra stuff here for content. But it's just two tips should just be basic. But then ShadCN gives you more flexibility on what to do, and then it gives you both the trigger, which is what you need to define. But you just need to put it as a bot, as a child here, not as another content or trigger. Do you get my point? So, but whichever works for me. If ShadCN doesn't work, I'll just switch to using Radix just for ease of convenience. So we are going to go to the button, which is what we have here, and I'm going to use the tooltip. I think I'll stick to the no. Let me use the chat here. Let me just maintain. Man, I'm trying not to use that, but I'll use it. I will just maintain the same stuff. Tooltip. So I'll maintain the chat here, right? Because, like I said, if it doesn't work for me, I move off immediately. Like literally move off immediately. All right, so let's go back to this, and I'm just going to copy. I'm going to copy this. Yeah, I'm going to copy this and use that. I know what. Let me copy this. Just use the one that is usable. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to. See, I don't need this. It's going to be this inside of it. Yeah, that's the trigger. Nope, from ShadCN. Okay, so the content is going to be, remember the content here is, when we check, the content is add to library, which is what is here, but in our case, it's going to be close. Instead of add to library, it's just going to be not, let me just do this. I don't like using P. So, what do you want to use? Close. Yeah, this is the close button. Minimize rather. This is the minimize button. Yes, minimize is able to the right. Okay, minimize. So let's test it out and see if it works. So let's go back. What did I do? Oh my god, where is it? Wow, that's terrible. Okay, so let's see and test it and see. Minimize. So it works. What do we know? Makes sense. But you see what I was complaining here. There's the extra effort of having two different components where we can just have one, which is just the child, and it makes it cleaner that way. But like I said, I will just stick to it because I don't want it to be too different when we use. I don't want to be mixing them in different places, but you get the idea, right? It's just instead of having that, I can just have the same thing using radix, and all I need to do is just copy this, and I'll just have this like this. I'll just have this here, this entire button inside of it. I'll just have the entire button inside of it and then the text, and that's it. It works. Do you understand? So that's why I said I prefer radix to the Shartian. But no, notwithstanding, both works. I just feel like it's too verbose for just a tooltip. But yeah, what do you know? It's fine. Let's just use it this way. I'm struggling to use this. I'm trying my best to retain this because I want it to be cleaner. I really do not like their tooltip at all. I really don't. Really don't. What do I do here? Oh no, trying my best. Really trying my best. Okay, you know what? Let's just do it. Let's just proceed. There's no problem. My come in handy, but not for the menu. Not for the menu. For the menu, I want to stick to using the theme. Like I prefer the one from Radix. I'm not going to do that. It's too verbose. I don't like it. Just because I don't want to tip, that is just way too much. I don't fancy that. All right, so I'm removing that from the one from Shartian and sticking with the one from Radix, and basically that's it. So you see how clean that is. Just remove how many lines of code. Whew. Nice. So let's say this one is closed. Right? No, big mistake. No, no. All right, so this makes sense. So we have the two tips added. Yeah, we're good to go. Our two tips are defined for our page. Hopefully they work. Okay, now they don't work. Oh no. See what I was complaining about. Jesus. Okay, I know what I do. Are you sure this is why? I'm not even sure if this is why. I don't even know if this is why, but I assume this should be the reason. Yeah. Still not the reason. Still not the reason. Okay, I'm going to stick to the one with Chelsea. Let's just leave that. Even though I don't like it, but I'm still going to use it. All right, so let's say to tip. Move this inside this to tip trigger. Move this inside of this, and let's add the tooltip content. Let's call this maximize. So let's do the same for the last one, which is the alert dialog. Tooltip for this, tooltip trigger for you, and tooltip content for you. Let's call it close. Yeah, so we move all of this into the trigger, and we're good to go. So if you check this now, oh my god, why is it this warped? What did I do? What happened to this one? Did I change it? This shouldn't happen, right? As child. I forgot as child. I forgot as child. Okay, yeah, it's back. Yeah, so this makes more sense. This is very good way to have your product defined, because don't assume everybody will know what it does. Even if you expect people to know, you still want to make it as descriptive as possible. So now we have the tooltip defined, like we decided from the beginning. So we have that. So now this is my first time building something like this. Of course, I know I could, but this is the first time I'm doing this. So I'm thinking of it as I'm going, not because I have like a defined structure in mind. So, but as we can see, let me remove that background from the layout. I don't want that. We already have our we already have this defined, right? We already have our doc defined. We have the windows defined. I really don't want this title. What's the name for the title? And then we have our windows also, which we have defined. So two things to note. We have the windows, we have the doc, right? I'm just going to hide this. So that way we don't have anything here. So when we come to the page, this is what we should see. But this is not the rating I want to see. So let's add the dark mode to it because I want it to be dark and light at the same time. So we want to implement that functionality to it. So what we are going to do is go back to CN, implement the dark mode. Where is it? Let's go to the dark mode, theming specifically, and do this. So we'll go to the theme provider, we add next to it. So let's start with installing the necessary packages. So we do that, then we go to this point. We create a theme provider package in components. I call it TypeScript theme provider. So, and I have this inside of it, totally defined. Yep, makes sense. So we have this defined, and all I need to do is wrap that with our theme. So I go back to layout, I wrap that with this guy, and I close it off with the theme provider. I move everything inside here. So give it a, yeah, perfect. No, that is wrong. It should not be coming from there. It should be coming from our component provided. Yeah, so from our component provided, what are you doing here? Just pick it from themes. Come on. Okay, so we go back to our theme provider. We have next provided this way. Do I want it this way? Why does it look that way? I want the mode toggle, obviously. Okay, so we want to have both light and dark mode. Definitely want to have both. So, but I don't want it to have. I don't want it to be a drop-down item. I want it to be. Okay, you know what? Let me just leave it as a drop-down for now. These are things we can modify eventually. Yeah, and we can make it automated also, so that you do not need to click it to see it. That's the way it should be, right? And that's the way it's going to be eventually. So this is what I have, and this is what I want to implement here. So let's say mode toggle. I don't have the mode toggle here. How did you create this wrongly for me? You're supposed to be able to create. I have to set it myself and edit it inside myself. I don't want to do this, but then I'll just copy the mode toggle stuff. Okay, so let's copy that. Because suppress hydration warning, right? Yeah, I'm supposed to suppress hydration warning. Okay, so next thing, let's copy this. I'll create a mode toggle component also inside the component folder. Whatever. So, all right, this is inside. So we need the drop down menu. So I need to install the drop down menu components. I call it. We are still going to need something like this also for certain things. So it's best to have it now. We might want to have the drawer, but we don't need that yet. So now let's install this and have it installed. Something like this will come in handy, right? Definitely. So let's proceed with installation. Where's the installation? Yeah, this is it. So let's add drop down menu to install packages. So once we install this, this should stop complaining. We have this as SN, and yeah, we should be good. Perfectly good to go. So we'll call this SN button. That's the name you are using for SH. What am I calling it SN? Okay, so that this is just what we have. So excuse me, we can set this into the team provider. I know there should still be more configuration if I'm not mistaken. But we don't need that. All we just need to do, we don't need it into team provider rather. We just need to copy this and put it anywhere in the page, and it automatically uses the default, which is the system theme. So all I need to do is just import the mode into any part of the page and it just works. So first thing we can do is you can go to the layout and create like a navigation. But remember that we don't want a navigation, right? If you look at Postdoc again, they just have this that serves as a navigation part too, but not entirely. You still want to have something like that, but not really a nav bar. Let me show you what I mean. Let me go back to authenticity and pick something simple. Now, we use the floating dock for the dock for our page, but we can also use something else for the navigation menu. Something not too common, something a bit, what's the word to use now? Let me just say not common, basically, is what I want to use. And I feel that makes sense. I seen it sometimes back, but let's see if I can still get it back. And then we can use that instead for the navigation. All right, but while we are looking for that, okay, I'm not sure I can find it, but let's see. Who knows? I might be lucky to find what I'm looking for. But it's basically just a nav that makes a lot of sense. Something simple. So I think something like this, floating nav to make sense. We don't want something too crazy. We don't want something like this also. Okay, let me just stick to the floating nav bar. So we want it to float, right? That's basically what we want to do. So we want it to float as well. Something like this. But we can't do that we can't use this. I don't like this. I don't like this. So we're going to use something else, something a bit better. And you know what? Let's just do something that makes sense. So this has a nav bar that we can use by default. Where is it? Navigation menu. That makes a lot more sense. So we can use this without using the whole complexity of everything. But it's still usable. We can by default use it. So I'm going to stick to using this. I'm just going to install the navigation menu. It's a lot of file, but just to install it and package it there. So that's basically what I would do. I didn't want us to use that, but for sake of having something to show initially when you come to the page, we should have something like that. Just like we have on like your um menu, like you have on your what's the word to use? On your Mac OS, yes. But Windows, but if you think about it, Windows doesn't really have that. Do we even need to have that? I feel there's no need for like a top menu since we already have that on. We have that for each window we open, so we don't need like a general one, and we have a dock that handles most of what we need. I feel that should serve for what we want, but we might still have a need for some of them. Like if you check postdoc, for instance, I'm just speculating. I'm just thinking right now, thinking out loud. So if you have this, for instance, you can see they have this. We don't have this much information. Definitely not. The postdoc is full of integrations and full of functionalities. We don't want all of this. So this cannot be. They can't have this in their dock for now. They have for their use case. It is quite large, so they can have this complex top nav bar, which we don't have. But I don't want to implement something like that. If you look at this now, it looks like a conventional Mac OS stuff. If you look at it, but we don't want that. We don't need it. I don't need it, but I can still have it. Why? Because if you go to every window, like Windows, have their own file menu and stuff. So for our use case now, I'm not going to create that. What I also want to do is to have a background that makes sense, and then we can use that as our home page. That just makes sense. So what we need to do is to have a background as our own page, and then we can proceed from there, right? So let's go back to this place and look for a very beautiful background. Yeah, that we can use as the home page. Something simple, not too crazy, but very, very nice. I think I saw something the other time that we can use. Pixelated canvas. Nah, not using pixelated canvas. This works, but not we use this. Not using this. Not using this. Not using this. And not using this. Dotted glow background. I think I like this, but it's just a background that keeps glowing, which I like. And I'm going to use this. So yes, we are going to make use of this. I don't want the cal. I don't want any of this. It's just I just want the background, and I want what is being displayed. So I will copy this, and I will use this here. Dotted blue background. And if I'm not mistaken, let's see how it is being used. So this is the demo. Just copy this, but here they added some things to it, like the texts, cal, and some other things. So the text model scheduling app. Where is the cal here? Don't tell me it is part of the component itself. It shouldn't be. Shouldn't be. Shouldn't be. Okay, let's assume it's not. My best bet should be it is not. So if you okay, example background makes sense. So I'm just going to leave it like that, and yeah, this is it. So it should work. It should work. All right. So we've installed it. Let's look at the demo of how it is being used. I'm just going to copy this. Yep. And then I'm going to paste it in the page as the home page. It's going to be inside the theme itself because I want that to be the background actually. So let's see what we have. Yes, I'm supposed to import it. I know. That was my fault. I forgot to import it. Yes, and it works. Now we have this stuff here, but it won't look too good and except we use the dark theme stuff. So if you think about it, we might still need to have that stuff at the top, but a very minimal one, not too crazy, which I've not really seen a nav menu that I like yet, but we can still stick to the one that ShardCM provides for us since it is we've downloaded, we've installed this. So since it is usable, right? It's usable and it is modern. So just to make it reasonable enough, I don't want to use it. In fact, I'm not going to use it. I'm just going to do this. I'm going to import the mode toggle here at the top. I'm going to put it directly position absolute right for Z 1002. I want it to be above every other thing so that it's easily accessible for the user. Of course, we can make it in such a way that it is actually together with the doc so that it's just there because we want it to be accessible. And we can also have it in the doc such that we have many things. In fact, I already have something in my head I'm going to do to make it more reasonable than what it is currently. But then there's no point stressing it yet. So this is what you're supposed to have. And this is why was it not even defined automatically like this? Do I need to do that? Let me check the system. System should be dark. Why didn't you follow that theme already? That's weird. It's following system. So let's also undo the theme here. Dark. There's a way to set the class name. What is this for theme? So that the theme also automatically carries that dark mode functionality. Like, so what I mean is you can see this already dark by default, right? But the let me show you what I mean. So I'll just copy this basic one and I show it down here, for instance. So if I click on this, Oh yeah, it works. So it still retains that too. So you see, so this is what we have. So how many hours did it take us to achieve this? As the only person working on it. So it took me 2 hours, almost 3 hours. We started around past 7. So this is almost 10 o'clock. So that's almost 3 hours to implement this. But so far so good. We have our dock, which is not functional. Yeah, but to make it functional shouldn't be a problem. We have our window, which is the bulk of the work. The bulk of the work in the sense that it is the one that manages everything. We have all of these menus, right, which we've already handled the functionality such that we can click any of them and basically just works. That makes sense. Then we have these action buttons and they work. So we can close, can minimize. Minimize doesn't do anything yet, but it should. And then I can maximize. But then we've not do those functionalities also. So that should work. But like I was saying, the dock can have its own thing. So what I was basically saying in the dock, let me just implement it so you can see. So into the dock here, I'm going to implement something which is just going to be something I can trigger more menu. So this is going to be something like a settings page. Think of it like a settings, not too different because every page is going to have this dock by default. Every single page has the dock. So I'm going to move the dock a bit downward more, which is going to be 4. I think 4 should be good. Don't want to go to 4. I'm going to make it 4. Yeah, which is not too far away from the bottom of the page, but still not too far away also. So each of these, I'm going to, aside from this floating dock that we already have here, I'm going to add something into it also, which is going to be like the extra. Now, the extra should be something else. So that means we should be able to add extra information into the dock, aside from the fact that we have it working this way, whereby we have all of this, right, which is coming from this. So I should be able to also have something else that when I click it, it does something. I want to have it as another component. So what I mean by that is currently I have each of these links as what is displayed here, right? For the floating dock, just picking each of the item, each of these items, and mapping through them and creating an icon container. And an icon container here is what is here, which is displaying this. So also I want to have it in such a way that if I click any of it, not just displaying it, it should do something else, right? So this is what I want to have. So at the end of the day, I want it to be that functional, like very, very functional. So how long has it taken us to build something like this? We are not done because we still need to create something much more reasonable to this. We spent 2 hours and 38 minutes and we've done all of this. So it's quite easy to be able to create all of this as much as possible. So, but we are not done, like I said, we still have a long way to go. So what's the next thing to do? The next thing to do is I want to make this functional such that I want to have other things inside. So for next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate this and I'm going to add settings. Settings is just going to be settings. I'm not familiar with tabla icon that much. I think there should be icon settings or something like that. And then if I check, there should be settings icon here, exactly here. So if I click on this, I'm expecting to have a settings page, but there should also be like a panel page, something like a panel. I don't know. There should be like options or let me call it options. There should be a divider. I want to add the divider so that we can have that divider differentiating or specifying that we have this and this here. So we want to have that, but then those are things that can come later. What do I call this panel? Then it's like a panel. There's no panel. Then it's like menu. Yeah, I'm not sure. Okay, you know what? I'm just going to go and check. Yeah, not what I was expecting. Okay, definitely not. So I'm not using the menu actually. I'm looking for something that has to do like a switch. Switch 2, switch 3, switch horizontal, switch vertical, circuit switch closed. Okay, let's just do this. Let's see if it works. Tabs crashed. Wow. Okay, we have this. So I'll stick to this for now. I'll look for a better icon to make it work. But currently, this is what we're going to have. So the essence of this is when I click this, what should happen? I currently just navigate to another page, but I don't want it to navigate. It depends. Do I want it to navigate? Is my choice. I might decide to say no, I don't want it to navigate. I don't want to even have an href at all. So that means we need to go back to floating dock and fix that from there. So it simply means that there's no need for an h here like this. Depends. If I don't want it to have an h, in terms of like if I don't want it to navigate to a new page, it should be able to retain within that page and work as a button. That's my choice. Or instead of doing this, I can just provide it inside the floating dock icon as a new value without doing anything crazy. Why do I want to do that? Because I don't need all of this. I don't even need it to I don't need it to have this motion for this, like settings. And this is so not optimized because it's just hanging the page. That is terrible. Okay, let's see. What else do I need to do? Okay, so I'm going to close this because we don't need this. We are going to make reference to it when we need it. I'm going to also, I will leave this, but then we don't need that. Okay, so if you check this, you can see that it's not, like I said, it's not optimized, it's not the best, but it works for our use case for now. Maybe the animation is just slow. Nah, it's not the animation. It's quite slow to use. All right, and this that works. We know we have something else we can use, and so that makes sense. Okay, so what else do we need to do? We have already resolved all of these things for now. The settings page, the options page, the GitHub, this and this. So I can just add that into it so that we don't need to do all of those configurations and just do something like this and say things like just create something similar, right? Like we can just create something similar, but without having it as an icon. Think about it. Yeah, we can create it without the icon and just passing the mouse X, which I don't know what that's going to be. Yeah, okay, whatever. Passing the mouse X and all of those to it, but we really don't need it, like I said. So, but for now, we can just pass it to it and define what should happen. Of course, we don't need the ahref, so we can remove that and define it as something else. And also, okay, let me just do what I want to do first of all. Let me just create a simple. I need to create it inside here by myself. The question here is that we don't want it to be an href because it's not going to go anywhere. It doesn't need to go to any page, but there are times we want to have other pages. Okay, you know what? Let's not answer this question yet. Even if it's going to go to other pages, we can always redirect it. So we don't want a href. No, we want a div for this. Why is this not working again? It's always redirect. Oh my god, when did it start? Okay, so we have this. So why are we even working initially? All right, so we have this div here. We are not going to call it a div. We are just going to have an on-click, for instance. An on-click handler, if there's an on-click handler, but it just depends. There might not be an handler. There might be an handler. Yeah, so we are going to make changes. We don't want the href or anything. We just want on-click, which is basically going to be the on-click. Something like that. We make changes to it. I don't want to have to write everything here, but then we can always do that. Okay, we are going to add that to it, so we don't need to have this. So we define what happens to it when we click it. So that way we don't need the href anymore. We just need the click functionality. So href is optional, so it's not compulsory and it's not even going to be used by anything. So we just leave it and then we say on click. So I'll just tell the AI to undo this. To add the click. Okay, but this is not complete also because think about it. If I want to implement a drop down or some to go to another page, those are functionalities. But How do I customize the button? So let's say I want to click on this and it shows me a drop down. How do I do that? Exactly. So it's not defined. I want it to be such that I should be able to define it as a child. Hmm. And not just the icon. So I want to complete the on-click functionality of this of the floating dock. Like I said, they will do most of the work. So I'm not going to have to write everything. So that's one. So after we are done with this of the floating dock component, the next thing we're going to do is also allow for hmm, wait. I'm trying to remember to see how this can work. So if I add this tooltip here, let me go back to the drop down rather, not tooltip. If I have the drop down and I click on this, what I'm simply doing is I have the menu trigger and this. How can I replicate? How can I do that here? Because I'm just looking through it. Even if I click it, it doesn't really trigger that. But if I use that instead of the icon, that makes sense. Okay, that makes sense. So instead of the icon, it's just going to be the component. So that makes sense. I just wanted to add to complete the on click. So let's just finish the on click. Let's see. Did I really did it for this? I'm not sure even sure I did it for this, but let's see. Um, what am I doing? Some of them don't need on click, actually. Some of them, like, I don't need the on click for any of them. Okay, for some of them I do, like for navigation, for triggering new windows, I need that. But for some of them I do need the on click. I need it to render, which should still work for me. Actually, it's still all good. Okay, so it's still good. So what I need to just to add the on click here. So I need it to use the same thing. I don't have to write this. Okay. By default, it's going to be void by default first of all. Then once you implement it, it should trigger that. So do I want it to be there by default? It should be an optional element. It shouldn't be href and click should be optional because href is kind of useless at this point, very useless at this point. So it should be optional, but whatever. So that, and then we want to use that same thing here. You know what? Let's do this. Perfect. Right. So this makes sense. So what I'm going to do now is these options is going to icon. Okay, yeah, it still works. The option is going to be an icon, but it's not going to be an icon. It's going to be a drop down menu. So let me copy a drop down menu and just put it inside here. I've already installed the drop down menu, so I'm just going to copy it and put inside of it. That makes sense. And we're done with it. Yeah, that's nice. All right, let me look for a simpler example like this one. Yeah, makes sense. So I'm going to copy the whole of this using states. I don't use states. Just work without the states. That's the essence of it. Oh, that's why. Wow. Okay. This is exactly what I want. Actually, it makes sense. So that way I can trigger the dialogues that I wanted to trigger. Yeah. Okay. This is cool. This is exactly what I wanted to do. All right. So let's copy this. This would be my. I'll call it options. We always make changes. So let's call it the options. Right. Let's call it doc. Let me arrange them. Let me call it doc. Yep. So inside the doc, I'm going to create a component and call it the options item. Doc options .tsx. Yeah. So naming is hard. So the name is actually very, very difficult. But then I think doc option is a very good name to use. So I'm not going to call it this. It's going to be sh. Anywhere we have buttons should just be sh all around. I don't think this is a bad idea because I should have just used it here because I don't need a button everywhere. Oh my god, what did I do? That is true. It's not like I want to be using the ragdix button at all. Just this chatting button I want to use. This is Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, you know what? I'm going to change it. I'm going to change everywhere I have SH. I'm going to use just this. Anytime I'm using the radix button, I'm going to use it the way I expect to use it. That makes no sense whatsoever. What did I do? That sounds so stupid. That was a stupid way to write it. Well, that's not stupid though, but it's a stupid way to write it. Okay, so I'm not going to use the other button, so this is fair enough. We don't need to do this. So we need to install other things. We need to install the field, install the input, label, and text area and dialog. So we'll just do the same thing again. Let's look for this. Yeah. So we install dialog. We have dialog already, so I don't think we need dialog again. Okay, we have alert dialog, not dialog. Okay, I'll just install it. So we have the field, we have the inputs, we have the label, we have the text area. All right, let's do this thing, and then I'll look for SH button. Here we have it. So here we no longer have this. Throw an error, it shouldn't work. It shouldn't work. So SH button also in button. Oh, that's what I was expecting. Okay, so we have dock options. Oh, so that's fine. Okay, good. So yeah, it should be fine now. So what I'm going to do is import this dock option into that place. The trigger is what? Horizontal icon. Perfect. So where we have the dock itself, no, not here. Where is it? Where was it? Okay. I'm looking for dock, button dock. Sheesh. All right, so here is just going to be the dock options. Was that what I called it? Nah. Dock options. Okay, so I'll call it the same thing. Oh, no, it's not taking any arguments. Okay, so that makes sense. So if you go check it now, so based on what we've done so far, if I try this now, you can see it automatically just picks it. So if I click on it, it still shows it, and that makes sense. So we're good. But I can move it from being outline button to just like a ghost. Yeah, so we can do that. So we don't have that outline anymore, and that makes sense. You can see. So successfully done what we want to do. And same thing can go for buttons. So we can do this for the icons and the options. And if you click on this, it translates into this, and we can trigger it to whatever we want. Or we can trigger it to not just be this and trigger it to be something else entirely. It just depends. So we can do the same thing for our drop down images that shows light, dark, and all of these things. So we can set a theme also into that aspect. So going back to the layout, remember what we did here, the mode toggle. We don't need this anymore. So we'll just copy this and take it back to the dock itself. And from the dock now, we can just put this. So I'm going to put it before the options. I'm going to put it before the options. Call this theme. So I want to have a separator actually. So I'm going to call this separator. I probably want to use radix separator, but let's use this. I think it's installed already, so it makes sense to use. What did I do? This will not work. Oh Jesus. That's terrible. Obviously not going to work. So going back to this place, I'm just going to specify if in this the separator is just going to use a separator, but I still don't want to have that too. So you know what? Let's not deal with the separator issue yet. We'll come back to that. So we know that options work. So I'm going to change from options to the from the dock options to the mode toggle, and we're good to go. So we don't need the circuit switch open anymore. Let me move it from here. Yeah, what am I doing? All right, so we have this. Perfect. and we're good to go. So everything is fine, everything is set, and let me remove the dock, not dock options, no toggle. No toggle should not have that button also. It should be just be ghost or soft, whichever. But it now works. If I click on this, I should be able to select my light and dark mode. I should be able to select light and it works. It will also select the dark and it works. It's just that this is not usable because it should never be an option. It's too big. I'm just going to reduce it. It's just too big. So I'm going to go back here and reduce the configurations. So the transformation is it's fine, but just too much. It's just a bit too much. So if I'm not mistaken, it's just about increasing the stiffness. No, that shouldn't be stiffness. Eye transformation should be what we have. The 150, 150, 150, 150, 150, 150. Should be what we want to reduce. So we want to reduce it from 150 to 100. So yeah. So 150, 150, 150, 150, 150, 150 to 100, if I'm not mistaken. So let's reduce it to 100 and see what happens. Did it work? Did it seem like reduce? I'm not even sure right now. But I think it did reduce. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Let's make it a very drastic low figure and see. It should tell us if we reduce it or not. Oh yeah, it doesn't. Still maintain that size. Okay. Not a problem. I'll reduce it to 100 actually. I think 100 is a reasonable default. It doesn't really affect the design originally as it is. No sense. It's just too slow. Let's see, what again do we need to change? Okay, so reduce this from 50 to 50 to 50. So let's reduce this to like 30. Let's not even know where it is happening. I'm not taking time to look at it. I'm just changing values. When I hover on it, this is what's supposed to happen. Initial animates to minus 50, but that doesn't define the size. The mass is 0.1. Distance is defined. Do we define the scale? We don't define the scale. Mass is defined. Damping is 12. Okay, so I'm not going to waste time on this at all. Definitely not. So let's see, what do we need to do here to make it work? Um, okay, we can always touch on this, but then we have the options, we have the theme change. We can always change the theme if we want to. This is too slow. I don't like the fact that it's slow. It takes too long. Spring, yes, the mass is it's set to 0 by default, 100 by default. Okay, so let's make it to 50 then. Make it a bit more springy. Okay, nice. Okay, this is a very, very heavy component. I'm not even sure I want to use this anymore. It's already hanging the page and we don't even have things yet. Okay, we need to make changes. Damping is strength of opposing forces 10 by default. Okay, so let's get this out of the way. So let's add a pointer to it, pointer cursor to it, just like we have. Okay, iOS is more free than this. It's nice, but it's just not good enough. It's quite slow and it takes a lot of time. Okay, so what we are going to do is we are not going to tamper with this for now, but just know that yes, that works. And we can open any window currently and it works. So I'm going to remove this also because we don't need it there at the same time. So removing from the layout, we don't need this. Perfect. So we don't need this also. So now, okay, I'm already tired of this background. So yeah, I'm going to remove this also. I think it takes too much resources. Also. Just going to do a very good background and an image and just where can I get a good background image? Okay, I don't want to use it here. I'll create it as a component and use it elsewhere. Okay, let's look for an actual background to use. Background boxes, background lines, not lines. I need an actual background image. Okay, so I'm just going to go back to the page old. That's why I didn't want to do that. Copy this out of it. Why do I have it open twice? Go back to layouts and add it here. And we have the image. So we have these two no longer used. So if I go back here, I should just have, and I don't want this to be what we use also. I want this to be the background. Where can we get the background from? If I hit the background, then I need to set it here for next config to pick the background. I don't want to do that. At least not yet. Let's look for a very good background that we can use. Let me look for. Okay, I really don't have a background to use. Just I have to use one that makes sense from another place. Just import the URL. I do want to, but now I have to. No, not this one. What am I looking for? The carousel. Yeah, I think they have images here. These are not usable images. I'll just go to Pexels. It's free. I'll pick images that I want. Yeah, this is a very good image. First one I've seen. Is it free? I think so. Yeah, I can download this. No, the phone. I can't prefer this. Let's see if it's free first of all. If I download this, I don't have this installed on this laptop. How do I follow you? Video, is it video? No, I don't want video. I want pictures. I want the landscape picture. Where can I get the landscape picture from? Oh, there are good pictures here. Wow, impressive. Probably just go for the first one if it's not a video. Then again, I don't want it. I want something simple. Oh wow. And this takes me back to my light mode. All right, so we can actually do that. So no. What should I call it? 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 Just call it pictures. Oh, sorry, Jeffrey. I don't have any of these things installed here. I'll follow you on my phone. Okay, so let's pick that. Is it done? Okay, you know what? I'm just going to put it here. I don't want to download it, which I feel like may be really the best thing to do. Why am I putting images here in public? This is terrible. I should never do this, but I'm doing it. I should never do this, but I'm doing it. Okay, so I'm just going to use this for now. Maybe I can use it. Copy link address, copy the image link. I'll probably use it here directly. Thank you. It's terrible. I'm not doing this. So I have to go and put this to my config. What's that thing again? This thing should be added by default. I don't need to always put it. Now it's going to complain. Yeah, I know. Next config, host name, stuff. Let me look for it here. Copy it from here. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, we're good to go. We're good to go. So copy this. Path name should be all of them. I don't mind. All right, we should be good here. What do you mean? Invalid source prop. Excel is not configured. I have configured it for crying out loud. It's correct now. Images.pexels.com. Don't tell me I need to restart this again. I'm not supposed to. Image is not configured. Actually, it is. Check again. Remote patterns. Okay, we're good. Wow, terrible. Absolutely terrible. So okay. Where's the class name? Why does post-op keep coming up on this one? Okay, so all I need to do is just set it as background image, actually. What am I doing? I'm supposed to be using this as the background image. That's what's messed up. Wow. This is terrible. So wrong. So not clear at all. Copy link address. So not clear at all. What did I do? Okay, so this is what we have. Next thing is this, and then we have this, and then we have this. Oh no, what did I do? Is it wrong? It's literally the same thing. I think I just need to use this, but I don't trust it to even accept this. What did I do here? Oh my god. What are you doing? It's not going to work. Obviously. It's not clear enough. If you want a clear image, you need to install a clear one. I'll probably pick one from my. Okay, this image is not clear, but we'll use it for now. We'll pick a better one eventually. Oh, I love this too. Okay, so let's proceed. So we pick any of these images, we use it for now. It works for our use case, and then we have this. That makes sense. Okay. Okay, so we have the button here, and that makes sense. All right, so we spent 3 hours, 12 minutes, and this is what we have. I know this is not perfect, but if you get the idea, this makes sense to an extent. Oh my god, I think I'm just going to leave the one here. I'm going to leave it here and then use it like that. I know it's the wrong way to do it, but format problem. Okay, that's fine. I'm definitely removing it. So we stick to what we have for now. Or basically, I just need to use a gradient. How am I even doing this? I just pick a gradient, background gradient. Just pick very good gradients that can be used. I'll just use that and stick to it, basically. Okay, I feel like I'm wasting more time on this. I really don't need this yet, but I will use this. I think I like it. Even though it's like the conventional one, I kind of still like it. All right, let's make this our background, default background for now. Now everything I'm doing here should not be the main thing. We should have like an actual picture that we use, just like we saw on post.org, right? So, but currently we can use this and we can use this for our use case. So I'm going to go back to the layout and probably remove the image. It's not clear, so I don't want to waste time on that and make use of this background animation as what I want to use. Hopefully this should work fine for our use case. Yeah, so this works. Oh no, it doesn't. It doesn't, so it should be fixed. Yeah. This should be fixed. Why is it not fixed? I need to fix it from here. So this should be fixed, and this should be top. It goes to 0. Just make it 0. Doesn't really matter where it is. Why do you keep crashing? This looks nothing like what is here. It looks so different. It looks extremely different. Wow. looks super different, but that's fine. The colors are set. I can always modify it. Just leave it for now. This is what we have, and this is what it looks like. Buttons. I need to make it this bit minus 0 minus 1. Clearly should not work. It works. Yes. And we have successfully done this beautiful thing. I don't want this here. Definitely not. I'm not even supposed to have anything inside of it. I don't want anything inside of it. It's a background. It's supposed to just be a background. So I'm supposed to do one more thing. Now, this, the way the window looks here, it's not good enough. It's too dark. So we need to make changes to the windows. So we need to go to the drop down menu, right? You should go to drop down menu. No, not drop down menu. We need to go to the alert dialog and make changes here. Now, basically, this is where the background is being defined in terms of the actual background, right? But we want to change it because we don't want it to look this dark. So we can decide to change it from here or change it from individual components, but we want to change it from here. We want it to be changed from individual components. So what we want to do is instead of using the background, we're going to use the card here, right? So I'm going to use the card. You can see the color changes automatically. I don't want to use the background, I want to use the card. One thing we've not also implemented is drag and drop, right? We can't drag it yet, even though we should be able to. So we need to go and implement the drag functionality. So while I'm making changes to this, I will ask this guy, the AI, to make changes also. So to the window component. So it's going to ask questions. I'm going to answer the questions. But first of all, let's fix this. So I want to first of all remove it from using card BG background. Then for BG background here. So there is none, no more BG background. So oh no, this thing is modifying without me asking it to do anything, which is okay. I'll see if it works. If it misbehaves, I'll just cancel everything. So this uses BG background. Where does it do it? Let's look for BG background here. Okay, track position. Remove this. I'm not using this. Okay, let's see. I hope you don't have. Okay. So we open the window, we have this, simple window and everything. We can close. Something I noticed here, there's this over color. No, that should not be there. I think I need to change a lot of things from here. Are you still modifying? Let me know. Yes, still modifying. Okay. Surely need to change this background. I like it, just not the way it is defined correctly. Okay, so I'm skeptical what this guy is doing, but let's see. Oh, it works. Wow. But it's not fluid enough. I will just probably use a library that makes sense that I can trust. I don't really want to trust this. Nice. That draggable true or false for me, which I didn't ask for, but smart enough to know. Okay, that makes sense. Alright, let me look for the BG background I want to work with and then change the background. I don't expect it to look this way. Dynamic OS menu, this is where it's coming from, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it's coming from the menu. So I need to change the menu also. I need to change the menu from, no, not you. I need to change the menu bar from using BG background to using BG card. Yes, perfect. Yeah, we are good to go. Then this one, why do you have that? When I over on it, let me see. Where's the content? When I over on it, what happens? Really? Wow, so broken. Okay, you know what? I don't want what you just did. It's fine. I really don't want what you just did. You just messed up everything. I think I can just remove it like this. So if I do this, this should work, right? It should no longer drag. Yeah. So I just fixing it. Okay. So what's the next thing to do? Let's look for. I think there's a drag and drop. No, not drag and drop. No, just drag. There's a library that handles drag. Well, I've seen it on Shadsi, and let's go and look for one of those registry that we used the other time. Where are you guys? There's a registry. Let's go look for it again. Directory. Yeah, I can't remember it, but there was one that we could use for drag. No, but let's just look for it quickly. It should not ought to do that. Color progress, this, drag, spinner, control, breakpoint display. Nah. Yeah, this is fine, but I don't need this ability. Wow, this is nice. It's coming handy for another thing. Definitely for another project, but not for today. It's coming handy for another project. What did I do? Okay, let me just pick another one. This is one of the things we still use. Animate UI is one of the major libraries we are still going to use for animations and for other things. It does a lot of things we can use, a lot of components and other things. But we are still going to come back to use them eventually. So for instance, the drag is not here. We don't have that, but we can. This is not what I'm looking for. Clearly not better upload, not blocks. Not this, not this, not this. I think I checked it that day. It should be down here. Intent UI. Is it intent? I'm not sure. Okay, let's not waste much time on this. Let me remove what I don't need. We'll work on this drag eventually. So, but we have this and it works. Now let's work on the minimize. So currently we have, what else do we need? We already have a doc, but it doesn't do anything. So we want each of the doc to actually produce something. The doc shouldn't, not the home page should not do anything, but the product should do something. It should show us a page, an actual page, but that is displayed inside a window. So okay, you know what, I'm going to restore that. I really don't want what he did here. I don't want the dynamics here. Okay, so we should still be good on what we did. No, oh, shush, I've changed this. So I'm going to change this back. The card. And I'm going to remove this over from here to something else entirely. Funny enough, the over was not affected, but the menu bar was affected. So strange. All right, so let's work on something else. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to commit some of my changes again so I can revert. These are not features, so I will just add it and commit it. Let's see. So far so good. We spent 3 hours and 26 minutes creating all of this. So yeah, 3 hours, 26 minutes. Okay, so let's do this. All right, so now let's go back to telling it to implement the drag, the maximize functionality. So just tell it to, let's create a new task. To the window components. Okay, so this should work. Literally should work. I'm very hopeful and fingers crossed this should work like it should if everything goes well. So now, so let's discuss what to actually have in all of these things. What should we have? Because obviously we don't want components or this or Twitter or GitHub or this. We have theme options and settings, which are for configurations. I think options and settings are too explicit. We don't need option and settings at the same time. I think having options is okay or settings. We can have one of the two, but not the two. We don't need it. So one of them we go. The other thing we should have is I don't want to create this as a portfolio kind of page, but I want to make it a functional page that can be extensible, that can be used for different things. So we are going to do different things here. We're going to create like a calculator component inside one of this. So I'm going to remove the X, GitHub, and Twitter thing. No. Okay. Yes. Yes. I prefer this. And make a transition between normal and my states. Yeah, let's do that. All right, so discussing what should be here. So we want to have, let's remove the X and GitHub first. Let's replace it with, let's have basic applications that we can have, like a calculator that works, a basic calculator that works. Doesn't have to be something crazy. Then we have the about page, about us, kind of. Then just kind of like the normal thing we have because each of those pages should have their stuff. Then we should have a file manager too. I just want to make it like an OS, so you understand it. So let's go back to first of all. Let's go back to the doc options. No, no, not you. Where's the floating doc itself? Yeah, this one. So this one should, we don't want the Twitter and GitHub, even though I want to keep them, but I don't want them yet. So I'm going to remove it. I'm going to duplicate this. I'm going to call this calculator. Okay, I should not be editing this thing. I don't want to cause problems here. Okay, so let's proceed with this. No, I don't need to. Let me test if it works now. Okay, but not what I want. That works, but not what I want. It works for the height. It doesn't work for the width. I'm sure there's a reason for that, but that's just terrible because I'm already setting the max height for it. That's awful. It don't work this way. It don't work this way. It don't work this way. Okay, so what we'll do is we set the mean width here. And if I modify this, it should work. Yeah, perfect. It should. Nice. So now, wait, where is my dock? Okay. This thing just, oh my god. Oh, okay. That makes a lot of sense. That makes sense. So that means the dock still is a bit, still, okay. All right. I understand this. Okay. I know what to do here. Yes, if I check this now, it still doesn't come up as much as intended. Z1000 because the dialog still has a very high index than this one, which is weird. The index should be okay. Okay. Right, that should work now. Let's see. It still doesn't work. Apparently, the Windows still covers it. Wow. Mm-hmm. Okay. But the transition doesn't work. So obviously we can use transition then. So I'll just assume the transition will not work. We'll use animations eventually for them. But docs should be very, very what is happening now? Don't worry, don't reject, no, don't run anything. Just leave it, let me proceed. I think we are done. Don't run it. Still going to look for it to run it. There's no need for linting it. Just leave it. Let it be. Can you imagine? Just change what I changed. That's supposed to work. Don't worry. Just do what you want to do. Reject. I'll do myself. So let me remove this. Okay. All right, you're done with your nonsense. Let me do what I want to do. Change this to 4. Yeah. Perfect. It works. Oh, but I noticed something. Did it just flicker back to? Oh, shish. That's terrible. Windows state. When you click close, does it change the Windows state? Why are you setting the Windows state? Who asked you to do anything like that? It's not as if I need it for anything. Uh-huh. Now we are talking. Nice. Don't go messing up my code. All right, so we've done this. Let me make this -1. Let's see if it actually, oh, the Z index works. So why is it still not showing when we open the window? Or I understand what we should do. Makes sense. So we are going to make sure that it does not cover the dock no matter what. Yes, it's going to have that height, but it's going to top 0. Oh my god, that's terrible. Oh, it added that thing. I didn't even know it added it. That's cool. So what they added is, if you look at this, it's actually maximized. If I increase it and you check it, the icon changes. You can see. So it is very, very subtle, but it's nice. Nice. You guys are getting way smarter actually. So I'm not even surprised. Okay, so that's perfect, right? We have, okay, did it minimize and maximize? Oh, that's cool. That's impressive. All right, so we have that, and we have the maximize functionality and then the minimize functionality. Okay, so when we undo the maximize functionality, what do we have? We have this, right? Perfect. Extremely. So we have this, which works, and we restore this, and it closes back. But then we want to actually add one more thing, which is what did I do here? Translate why. No wonder it wasn't working. Wow. Why is it misbehaving this much? All about two. Let's see what happens. Still the same thing. Yeah, so dumb. All right, we don't want this. We don't want this at all. Okay, so let's work on something else. So it's showing well, but it's still supposed to. Hmm. How can I? How can I switch it up? Exactly. Because that's what I have to do. 12. Okay, it's not what I expected, but this should work. Perfect. Okay, this is too much. I would say this is too much also. So that's balance. Yeah, okay, it's not too much. This should be reduced. Perfect. Size here should be this size here. Perfect. So we are done. So now looking at this, now this makes more sense. We can preload anything inside of this, and we should be able to open multiple windows. So how do we test that out? So I'm going to go back to the floating dock. I'm going to add the calculator, like I said. I want to implement a calculator here. So that's the first thing I'm going to do. So here, I'm also going to just commit this. I'm not displaying any message for it. So it's working as expected for the maximize, for the restore. Oh, it changes tooltip to wow, wow, wow. Okay, okay, this is impressive. Maximize and restore. That makes sense. Okay, so far so good. We have something that makes sense, something that works, so we can maximize the page and we stay happy. Now, I know the reason for this is because of the dock, which I'm not able to bring so up, which I don't understand, but it's just annoying. So that means the alert dialog is using an actual dialog, because if it's in an actual dialog, then that makes sense. But it's not. So that means clearly it's using the Z index somewhere, which is just 50. I'm wondering how 50 is overriding the 1000 that I have, which makes absolutely no sense. Because this is it. There are two of it, two Z index. Yes, there are two. The first one and the content. Yes, which is understandable. But that simply means that, oh my god, I know what this problem is. Okay. But even with that, this should still work. Exactly. Z index should be 1000, should still work perfectly well. It has nothing to do with that, but well, let's see. He just refused. He refused to just come up. Okay, so after 3 hours plus, we've already successfully done this. And then we've been able to do this also. So, like I said, this is the first time I'm doing this. I've not done it before. If I'm to repeat this, obviously we'll make all of these mistakes. Exactly. So, but basically, this is what we have for now, and it works. It was as expected. This fix should work. So, I don't see any reason why this is not working. Let's see. If I check this, if I check this, and it works, and I check this also. Crazy thing is, it's more like it's overriding the entire thing. It's not even giving it room to even display. Wow. Okay, that I can relate to. Should be on top of it, exactly. I'm wondering why it's not. No, still not working. It's like this guy is just overriding the entire thing. Okay, it's actually below it, so that makes sense, perfect sense. But still, it shouldn't still be. Alright, so if I can fix it, but it's for the best. It's for the best. There's no point trying to fix it. Okay, so I'll just close this. I don't need this open. This page is very slow. Why is this hanging like this? The background itself, the page is moving. Everything, every other thing works. Profile, find. Okay. All right. So what else do we need to do here? So we successfully created this window structure that works fine, and that gives us what we need here. So it creates whatever is needed. Yep. And I'll commit this. So the reason for committing this is because I'm using AI. I don't want it to misbehave and cancel almost everything I've been working on. It happens a lot, and yeah, it's really not what I want to do with at all. So let me make this 8. Let's see if it balances the size here. Oh, perfect. Perfect. This is better. Okay, so space at the top, space at the bottom. Crazily, when you this is up here, this doesn't work. No wonder it's not coming up. Now it makes perfect sense. So when this is up at all, the dock doesn't even work. Oh my god, we need to implement this dock. I need to find another way to implement it because it's definitely not going to work. No wonder it's not showing. Yeah, so this guy automatically just blocks everything, which is a problem, which is what I need to fix. Okay, so I still need to go back to the floating dock, not floating dock. I need to go to menu bar, the allow dialog, brother, and we need to make some changes. But the first thing we need to notice is that the overlay itself is, let me see, where is the overlay defined? With full. There was a place we did a background transparent, right? I think it's this. Yeah. So this is the overlay. Interestingly, what if we remove the overlay completely such that we don't have an overlay for any of this? And we create the, just speculating, then we create this itself, which is this guy as a sheet. Remember we said we installed the sheet because we're going to need it. Remember what the sheet does? Extend the dialog component to display content that complements the main content of the screen. So something like this, whereby it can still work. Something like the dialog itself, but that exists separately. So in this case now, this sheet was created by clicking this open. But I want to see if we can use it without, it still needs a trigger, so it doesn't work for me. But it can work actually. Yeah, we can use it as a dialogue. But if you use it as a dialogue, nothing else works. That's the problem. Because it's saying extend the dialog components. So what do I use it for? What's the usage? Example, use the side property to indicate the edge of the screen where the component will appear. Top, left, bottom, or right. Okay, so I can have a sheet content at bottom or right that displays that, and it just works. But I think there should be a better way. No, I don't want to dwell much on this. We can always implement this later on, but it should be something that doesn't exist within the scope of the layout itself, that can exist outside of the layout. So it should be able to exist within, but it should be able to exist outside of the layout as well. Yeah, something like that. Okay, so that's basically what it's going to be. So that is what we are doing now. Yeah, this makes sense. Excuse me. So I'm going to do that, and I'll find a way to make this work. But we'll talk about this eventually. These are fixes we'll make when we are done with the major functionalities and features. So now after creating this, we have the maximize function that ensures that we can still access the doc even if we don't need it at that point. But the intention is that we should still be able to access it. But currently we can't do that because of the way it is structured. The entire code is structured. The dialog just prevents everything from showing up. So that means you might not be able to use this and actually have to create a dialog component. But like I said, it's still not crazily needed for now. We can create this inside the sheet itself, but it prevents this from happening. But we can make sure that we can limit it to the fact that this works as a sheet, and then we limit this sheet to a particular width and height, which is just going to be here. So irrespective of what comes upon on top of it, it should still work. But the problem with this now is that if you have multiple windows, it will not work, which is what I'm not sure of. Can we have multiple windows? I don't know. No, let's try. We can't even click this window. We can't click anything. So that should work. Okay, so we'll meet our first blocker. Actually, that this is the first blocker, and it's not looking like it's going to help at all. Yep. So what do we do? How do we resolve this? Stay away. I don't think there's a way because this is using what is coming from Radix dialog. And if I'm using Radix dialog, the difference is basically the same thing. Radix dialog does not allow you to be able to close it like this also. And even if you can't like modify it also, kind of like this one, that's the essence. You're not supposed to be able to remove it until it is done with whatever you are doing. So that's one thing. And if you decide to change from using the dialog to using the actual dialog, which is this one, you can close it by just clicking outside of it, which is a problem. But do you want that to happen? Well, that depends. But do you want to be able to move it? Yes. And one of the only library I know that does something similar to this is Hero UI. Hero UI makes sure that makes it easy for you to be able to create modals. The modals can be moved, and I think you can create multiple modals. Yeah. So which is more like a better way to look at it. Like this, you can create non-dismissible modals by setting it not to be able to dismiss until you click one of this. And you can also set a draggable modal. For instance, I can click this and drag it easily. So instead of me having to implement a drag and drop functionality, if I can use this, it can work for me. But then the problem is that even with this, it has a backdrop and I can't click outside of it. That even if I click outside of it, it still remains, which is what I'm trying to do. So can we implement something like this? For now, most probably. But this is so that becomes the next step of what we are trying to do. But you can see that these guys have already implemented it, like, and it makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. Dragging it is like easily, it's like piece of cake, and it is well optimized. It does not lag at all. So you can do this as many times as possible. So using this for their stuff is like one of the best ways we can implement it. And who knows, I might borrow their functionality instead because this works. This works extremely well. Just that they don't have the flexibility of that one from ShardCN. They don't. But in terms of being able to drag it, it works perfectly well. Which I'm sure they're using a hook for this somewhere. So I just need to look for a way to use it and it works actually. So basically that's it. And you can see they have custom backdrops, but it works. The idea here is that the non-dismissible one is like the key to this. If you don't want to be dismissed, you can still be able to move it without being dismissed. But the fact is that if you create models like this, this becomes a problem. Yes, it becomes a problem. Oh my god, I've made a mistake. I'm not supposed to use a model for this. Okay, okay, fine, but you understand the point. We can always make these changes. We can always make these changes with time. We can always make these changes with time. Excuse me a bit. Okay. Oh my god. Let me share my screen again. So sorry for this. Oh no. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay. All right, let's do the next thing, which is we'll find out that way. But for now, let's just make sure that we can use it, which is what we want to do. But like I was explaining, we can use this is even another good option. This is one of the best UI frameworks out there too that makes sense and it's easy to use. Like you have a lot of examples you can just copy and paste and modify. Like it's extremely easy to use, and they have a lot of stuffs already done for you, so you don't even need to bother about it. But for our use case, we have to rethink what we have done because using the dialogue will not work because the dialogue is a problem. There's need to always around it. But like I said, excuse me, we don't want that, and I don't think we want to do something like that. Yeah, I think so. So, but if I let's see if you can access something else. Okay, if I what if I remove the entire style just to see if I can modify what happens? I don't think it still works. That's not the way. So I'm trying to just hack it in such a way that I can hack the dialogue overlay, but I don't think it's dialogue overlay at this point. I think that's more to do with the portal, or probably I think the portal in this case, and everything has to do with that portal because yeah, the portal, then the overlay, then the content. If I can tweak the portal, I should be able to modify what happens. Okay, let's do that. Let's do like 10 minutes of changes. We'll come back to fix it okay eventually. So let me just do let's see what happens. Nothing. So I can't even close it out. So that means for some reason this doesn't allow us. So first things first, the allow dialog is not what we are supposed to use. If you are supposed to use the dialog, for instance, can we do it in such a way that when we click it, let me go back to chat here. If I go to the sheet, for instance, and I open it, if I close it out, it still closes. It doesn't help me in any way, like at all. Has no effect. If I go to the cards, I can use the card instead for this, but then I have to implement drag functionality, close functionality, and all of this. Nope, not doing that. The easiest way is what we've done. We can always modify this. We have the draw also functionality, but still the same thing. Similar, we don't need that. But for the dialogue itself, we when you click out of it, like for instance, a window valid on either the primary window or another dialog window, rendering the content underneath in that. So that's basically what is here. But we should be able to modify the dialogue itself if we have it. Then we can use something else to just trigger whatever it is we have. Now, for instance, this is what I mean. In this case, we have this class name. This doesn't take class name. Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't. So that's why it's not going to work. So the hack should not work like this, but there's still a way to hack it, I'm sure. Let's see. No, not you. Okay, you know what? No problem. There's always a way to fix these things. So we have the root, no problem. The root is there. I'm sure the root also doesn't have a class, a unit, whatever. Doesn't have a class property that we can use, and this also doesn't have one, but this is fixed. And what is fixed here is the overlay itself. Now this is the overlay itself. If I modify this, nothing happens, like literally doesn't change anything, just the same way this has nothing to change. So that means nothing happens on the overlay in this extent. So even if I leave this and I remove this, for instance, nothing still changes. Why? Because the overlay here, which was like transparent, becomes blue. If I make it blue of 900, it still will be present because I've already removed it. But the moment I bring it back here, it shows around it. So what we want to do first of all is if you can force the overlay not to exist at all, we can force it not to exist. Exactly. So it doesn't exist except for that side. But still that doesn't prevent it. The value is just like a backdrop. It doesn't prevent this guy, it doesn't allow it to close. Do you see it now? So even though it just exists, but it still doesn't allow it to close. So it's not the problem itself. It's not the one preventing it from being displayed. Yeah, it's not the one preventing it from being displayed because it still will not show anything even if that happens. So case closed. That doesn't really affect anything. Okay, so that's for the overlay. So we know that the overlay is not the issue. The portal, I feel, is where the issue is coming from. Actually, it should be the portal because the portal is the one that describes everything that happens here. The portal is just like the base of everything that happens. It's more like the sheet that we have the other time. The portal is just all components and basically how it works. But it's not giving me what I want. No, I don't want this. Come on, give me something to work with. I should be able to modify this. It's customizable, I'm sure. I can't customize the portal. I'm sure I can't. It shouldn't allow me to do that. So even if I remove it like this and I do this, which should throw that crazy error, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. Yep. It's not going to work. So installing that has already done some configurations, which I should be able to override, but yeah, I can't override it. So let's go. We'll find a way to deal with that. Let's touch the next thing. The next thing to touch here is when you open this window, it does this. Okay, time to remove the transparency. Undo this. We're back to what we have before. So we click this and we have this. Now, the first thing we see here is that this is a problem, right? We already know this is a problem. So that means using a dialog can help us hack one page and then you close it, you open another page. For a multi-window or a multi-page kind of setup, this will not work. But for the single page setup like we have, this works perfectly well as we've seen, right? We can open the windows, multiple windows in fact, and it should all open well. That makes sense. Okay, so that's basically what we're trying to do. So some setup also gives you nested pop-ups, which I believe Redis gives you nested pop-ups. So that way you can create more pop-ups from a single one and you can do that and close it. But in this case also it doesn't help our cause as much. So we are still going to need to make adjustments. But in the meantime, we are going to create all the stuff we intended to. First of all, creating a calculator here. So going back to the floating dock and where are you? Calculator. So icon calculator. So we are going to use that as the calculator. So if you click on this calculator, we want to pop up a modal. So that's basically what we want to do. So in this case, now it's going to be on click. I'm not sure this has that. Okay, so it's going to be on click. I want to display a dynamic model. Basically what I want. So what I want is okay. So I want to have that. So what I'm going to, instead of writing this, I'll tell the AI to also create this. Create a calculator that will be displayed when I click this calculator component. So basically I want to have, just like I have the on click here, I think you should be able to understand that. If it doesn't, I have to specify. But so far so good. I think it's done everything that it should without issues. Let me commit this again. I don't have to rewrite this. I'll leave this one. So I have to collapse this. So I'll say do this. Create a calculator component, a full-fledged calculator component that is displayed in a window when I click when I click the calculator item from the dock. The menu bar displayed in the calculator window should be usable within scoped to the calculator. No, there's no need for all of this scope. The menu bar displayed, menu bar for the calculator window should work for the calculator. What's the word? should be for the calculator actions. Nah. The menu bar for the calculator window should. Okay, I don't think I need to specify this. You should know. Let's see what it should do. So create a full-fledged calculator component that is displayed and usable within in the calculator window. Okay, this is just plain wrong. What did I write here? Okay, let me write it again. Create a full-fledged calculator component that's still the same thing. Let's see in its window when I click the calculator item from the dock. So that means it's going to do this. It's going to click the on click, and I'm going to undo that by doing something. It's supposed to know what to do from there. So yeah, so we have spent 4 hours and 10 minutes. It's making sense. Of course, we are not done. So of course we are not done. Yes, we just tell it to create something that we can use. It doesn't need to be crazy. I don't need all of this. Yeah, but here is AI. Here we do what AI is supposed to do. So let's see, produce with the plan, standard days, preference for the calculator. Not with preference. Explain how you're going to do it. Proper window management. Okay. Mention proper window management. On click support. Oh, nice. It already handled what I wanted. All right. So let's see. Proceed with plan at the standard operations. Include memory functions in addition to basic operations. Yeah, let's do that. make it look like macOS calculator have a similar styling. Okay, I'm interested in that. But I don't want to make it like look like one particular one. So yes, let's do this. Let's see what it's going to do. It should be able to do what is reasonable here. So let's give it time to work on this. So before we know it, it should be done. And we should have what to do and what to use. Okay, so while we wait for this, let's start researching what we can use to create the actual window that we want to create. So how do we create a window? Let's see. I think Mountain has something that we can use for this. If I'm not mistaken, Mountain UI. I'm not entirely sure, but I think it does. It has a lot of tools, libraries, extra components that you can use, which I'm extremely sure, but I don't guarantee the fact that it has something like this. It's my own. I definitely will use that. So I don't need to create it. I just need to copy what is there and add a basic. Just drag and drop. I don't really drag and drop. Okay, probably it's drag and drop I need, but I know I need draggable. The essence of the draggable is so that I can modify what I need. I know I need that. And then you drop zones, drag and drop. This works off the fly, but it needs a drop list, drop zone, which is. I think there's a draggable stuff that it uses. Let's see. Actually, implement its own DND kit. Yes, I know there's a DND kit it uses that exists that we can use. Yeah, I think this makes sense. This is what we will likely want to use. DND kit, Cloud Eric. Oh, nice. Okay, let's see. There's a new kit on the block. Ha, nice. All right, so it's draggable. But the point here is that it need be draggable across the entire page. That's one thing we need to be sure. Because I need to be sure it's draggable across, not just within a particular scope. Draggable elements, draggable areas. Here are the examples. Hopefully it has good examples. Are you done? Oh wow, that's fast. I'm not entirely sure this. What did you add? Oh, okay. Okay, this is what I want. Ah, perfect. This is exactly what I want. Perfect. This is exactly what I want. So now we have to rethink everything we've done such that everything we've created so far in terms of this particular window that we've created, we need to be redesigned. And the reason is simple. We can convert it from being an alert dialog to a card. We can easily do that and it will work. Okay, so let's try resolving this actually. We should be able to resolve this as soon as possible. So if we have this one here, so let's see. Oh no, why did I close that? Windows Manager. So I can add this to the Windows. Let's see where the error is coming from. 144. Windows taskbar is what? Why does it have all of this? And it's not even using them as supposed to. Three five six and 134 shouldn't be accessible. pm dev. See if I can get this to work. Okay, so far so good. Yep, still the same error, and it's still giving me these errors here too. All right, I know how to fix this. Definitely not going to fix it using this guy, and I'm just going to get. These are one of the tricks I use for fixing my errors if I have issues like this. So let me show you what I mean. So fixing this requires me to have like multiple AI that I use. So I'm going to be using this to like fix this. So I'm going to ask this. I have this error from running this code. How let's resolve these errors. So once I say this, it's going to try to, but I always plan first. I always plan before I like act on it. Plan, then act, then you try to resolve all the issues. So this is more likely to be able to resolve the issues than the previous one. So it should check. I'm sure it's going to be okay. Even though the server is still not going to be a problem. But then I don't want to see what is happening. I know it's one of this. I know this happens from depth thing, Windows task, but I don't think it needs that. This is the main issue. So once this is resolved, we can focus on resolving the other one as well. So that's basically it. Let me go back to, let me be looking at it also as it is resolving it, so I can be sure there's anything there. The Windows store. So the error is coming from here. Use window actions. Then we have use Windows store states. Then this. Why is it complaining about this? Sort of get sure should be catched. It's so weird. I know it's wrap this in, but it has already done that. Specialized this different for it. What could be the issue then? Created this number of windows, the window size, window, restore, minimize, maximize, get Windows position, dragging, get window. All the functions are there, but okay. I show selector of factory hook. To avoid function calls in render. Exactly. So the reason for this maximum depth is because of this function calls in render. Use window factory. Let me look for it. So the use window factory is used where? Where is it coming from? It's also part of the Windows manager. Okay. It should return, fix the hook to return. So okay, this is a hook to return, to avoid returning functions in render. Wow. Okay. Update the use effect dependency array. So the use effect, okay, let's be done with this. So once this is done, you can successfully close on and say, yes, we are done with this. And if everything works as expected, we can be sure that we can now create multiple windows. And we can see one of the errors has been fixed. Windows store, react.this. Okay, I'm not supposed to tamper with this. I don't want to go clearing my code. Windows store, React is not defined. After implementing all of this, what we want to do is basically so let's proceed with this. So let's see what we've been able to do. And Okay, so apparently this error still remains. Oh my god. 5. Wow. Wow. There's a lot of issues. There's a whole lot of issues. Wow. Still this server snapshot errors. Okay, I think I need to use something else to resolve this. Um, okay, you know what? Let me just. I've resolved this error multiple times. I still don't know why I can't remember how to fix this. Use external stores. Okay, so basically we are stuck in this whole loop of to resolve this issue. I know I've resolved this before, just can't remember where or how, but I know I did that before. Okay, let me just check one of my other projects. I don't want to have to think about it. I know I had that issue, I resolved it. Where are all the stores here? Is it the file store? I think it was the file store, the plugin store. I think the compiler store actually. When we had that issue, we had to fix it. Yes, name, storage, then this. What was that thing I did that time? Was it the get state something? No, it's not. Wow, this is annoying. Okay, let's see. This is line. So the error occurs here. It's not supposed to use this memo initially. I don't even know why it's using this. Why is are they dumb or what? Why didn't I even read this? Why is he using this here? Okay, this can work. But then just debugging actually at this point. I think I have it in the file store too. Same thing. And then I resolved it that time. We're having the same issues. Just can't remember what I me close this. I want the system to start shouting after a while. So basically, what we want to do is to resolve this error. Once we resolve this error, then we are good to go. So let's see if this works. I can always revert if it doesn't work. I still don't trust it's going to work, but then let's give it the benefit of the doubt. This the selectors this create a new object on every render which causes infinite loop. It use use sync external store, which you use table selector references. Okay. Okay, still just going to go back to the previous thing. This is just terrible. This is extremely awful. Ah, AI. AI. Okay, once it gets that out of the way, I should be able to exactly still the same thing. Result of this can be catched to avoid an infinite loop. Okay, I know what to do. Okay, I have this error from this store. Oh no. I simply cannot remember how I did this fix this the last time. Still, this is not work. You just take it back to the same. Are you telling me there is no use client here? Oh my god. Not the problem. This is not the problem. Not the problem. Okay. Yeah, my thing requires this to be stable, but it still can be stable on the server. Blah blah blah. Fixes the error. All the components that cause that should also use that. I'm sure they do. Windows Manager should. Draggable window should. Windows Store is the only one that does not. Yeah, all of them should. At least the AI should not be that dumb. Try not to accept that. Let's see. I really don't want to accept that. That's not a problem. Wow. So none of you can solve this fix. And I fixed this myself before. I'm extremely sure. when ChatGPT is dumb, so dumb they can't even resolve this error. Wow. Let me explain one of my components actually, if I'm not mistaken. One of the components, which component is using this? Let me be sure. Why should you just go to proceed? It didn't even ask me what you are trying to do. Can you just remove the persist? How have I added to this guy? Okay, so far so good. We've been debugging for more than 30 minutes now. It's part of what we are trying to do, but it just doesn't make sense that we have to keep still be debugging this. You know what? I'm not going to deal with this. Not more. So I'm going to revert everything that I did here so far. Confirm. I really don't like what you just did. You messed up the code. No, just messed up the code now. Where this error is coming from is from here, and it has to do with Windows selector. So obviously it has to do with use Windows Store, which is this. So it has to do with this guy, Windows action. So let me remove this first from Windows Manager. Let's just remove that first of all, 143. So it's gone. Two nine two. Why is this even giving this error? It's complaining of maximum depth exceeded when the component calls state inside use effect. Okay, I think I need to check this code now. So use Windows as this, and it does this effect check. Yeah, I knew this. I knew it wasn't going to get this on first try. I just knew they are not smart enough to do this. Extremely dumb doing this. I just knew it. Windows taskbar. Why do I need Windows taskbar for anything? Okay, I understand the Windows taskbar might be. Nope. I can't believe these guys can't get this thing. Just can't get this thing to work. Wow. This is terrible. Okay, let me just try fixing this, see if I can get it fixed. So the first thing we have is the window manager here. We have the draggable window. So I assume this is not the problem. There's nothing here to cause a problem. And the use effect has proper dependencies. So I assume that is not the problem too. But who is to say that's not the problem? Let me debug it. Can't be sure what the problem is. Okay, that is still one of the problems. That's not the problem. Then we have desktop background, which on desktop click picks that and add it here. And then you return this draggable window. Okay, so the problem is coming from, I think it's still it's still from this hook. We have the windows, which is state.windows. Window data here. And we update it here. So Windows here becomes reset all windows according to this guy. These are helper hooks. So use window actions is being used in the Windows Manager, preferably here and here and here and here. So the problem is still coming from the Windows Manager because literally they even understand what this is doing. So the window factory provides method to create and manage windows. So you can use this to get the data for this guy. Can open more windows, yes. Number of windows reached. If not, return this guy. So, and then you can also return this. So this hook works because this factory window factory works perfectly well. And what else do we have? So I'm just trying to debug right now. So we use this to create the tax bar, but crazy enough, we're done. So we still need something else. The tax bar, this contains the windows. We filter the windows. Okay, you know what, let me close this first. You know what the problem is, really. Okay, let me add logs to every one of them. So the logs here, result of this should be cached. So the problem started from the use client, the home, draggable, draggable Windows demo. I don't trust you. You're messing up my code. So we have the Windows system, which is coming from here. So Windows system should have the data from here, basically. And okay, so it does. So why is it complaining? All right, so that's open the 12, line 12. So it complains on line 12 for the Windows system. And so probably the error is coming from here. So it complains saying, okay, so use window factory line 26, which still makes sense here. And then use Windows action, which is Windows Store 253. Still back to this guy, Jesus. When I'm frustrated at this guy, straight up frustrated. I'm sure I have other stores I use here that makes sense. I've seen the error, I fixed the error, just can't remember I fixed the errors. Okay, so use the store. Even aside from this one, I still used it very recently. What did I create? I used the store. Let me see. I created what? I used the store just a few days ago. Oh man, I can't remember. Okay, let's just assume this is what I want to use to check it. But I know I created something that this can work with, just not too long. Why why can't I remember this? I usually don't have these issues. Jeez. Okay. I have to fix this somehow. This is taking a lot of time. I still don't believe this is the problem. It's definitely not the problem. I don't even know which one to use here. It says premium. This one is Haiku. Sonnet. Yeah, that's good. Hopefully this can help me with the answer. Oh Jesus. Okay, back to the shallow. I think I agree with the shallow thing. I don't agree with this. ChatGPT probably is right. Let's give it the benefit of doubt. Then we should use the shallow, right? It says import shallow from substance shallow. And this one just tells me to install it from the shallow direct. And how do I fix it? Just add shallow to it. That's all. I'm sure this will work. Okay, let's try it. It might not be wrong. Exactly. Don't bite. Just don't modify my function like that. AI. AI can be very stupid. At times. It just misbehave. Okay, let's just do this. Let's put it from shallow. Even this one getting me to improve from here doesn't even work. Because that doesn't have real shallow. It doesn't. Okay, now that we know that we can't use that, let's see. Do we have the fix? Nope, it's even worse. Yeah. Okay, probably what because that one doesn't complain anymore. Wow, that was it. Jeez, ChatGPT was partially right. Well, Claude definitely also to fix this. So it was shallow. Wow, I was thinking of something like that. That's a crappy thing to do. Crappy mistake. And this one already removes everything that we've not done. Okay, this is just wrong. Plain wrong. What did you do? Oh jeez, if I hate this, I hate any AI misbehaves like this. I can't even create something once that works. Really? It's not the point. Okay, I'm going to recreate entire thing here. So basically, this is just going to be how I'm going to stop this because it makes no sense actually to want to implement this. So I'm going to revert back what we had before. Of course, I could fix this, but I'm not trying to do. There's a lot of things not working here. Like, lots of things not working here. And there are a lot of things buggy on here as well. I can't even. So that's already a problem. Big problem. See, just keeps opening the files. You can't even drag it well. The drag is not fluid. It's not like what I saw on the page. I'm just going to implement it myself, which will take longer. So I'm probably going to create this in another video to make this work. But so far, so good. Let me just revert this. I'm not going to even keep it at all. Nah, just messed up a lot of things. Lots of things for me. Okay, I'm going to has to do with the draggable window, this, and install. Just leave. I'm going to rewrite it myself. Okay, so that means okay, I'm going to keep this. There's a lot of bugs here. Definitely not going to try this. I'm going to do it myself. But you get what we've done so far. And you see the changes we've made, and perhaps that helps a lot. But yeah, um, I think this makes sense. And from what we've done so far, let me just revert this. Everything that's to do with this guy. And keep the calculator. Yeah, I'll calculate the calculator. I'll, so I'll keep this, and this. Every other thing has to. So I'll commit this and then revert back to the original. So like I said, AI doesn't get things like that at once. You tell them to create a manager thing, they just mess everything up. Like it's easy for them to do. I literally don't understand why, but they just go out doing nonsense. It's crazy. It's alarming, honestly. So but basically, it pays to do some things yourself most times. Like for instance, now if I wanted to do this again, I could do this, but I won't do all of this, right? So you could see all of this nonsense. It keeps creating inconsistent things, just messy, and it's one of the things you expect from them. Very very annoying. So yeah, you could argue that because I'm not using something like Cloud, that's why. But I literally don't think that's the issue. This can be done. It just might take time, but something you can fix of your own self. So I'm just going to revert this. Yeah, I don't need this. Why is it blocking all of this? What's happening here? Okay, I can't even go back. Okay, I know what to do. I'll just delete it because I don't really need them. That was problematic. Jeez. Go to page. Where's the store? It should not even exist here. So I'm going to recreate this. And are you kidding me? Did you just revert everything I've created and use this as the store? Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. I have deleted it. Alright, so I successfully spoiled the entire thing. Now we don't even have anything to display anymore. I have successfully spoiled it. Not successfully, but I can still remove it. I just oh jeez, I'm just pissed off at what he did here. So apparently he messed up everything. What we have before, just that simple thing we have, which is what do we have in the card before? I don't think there was anything spectacular, right? We just had the click button. Okay. So yeah, we still have the same thing, and all we need to have is just a button that opens a window, and then we're good to go, right? So that's all we needed. Wow. Right, so like I said, I'm still going to remove everything. It's not needed. Still going to go back to what we had initially. Still going to delete it because it makes no sense. It's a stupid implementation done. I'm so pissed off. I already spent an hour trying to resolve this. More than an hour, in fact. We spent an hour trying to resolve this when we could have just done something else, revamp this or something. That was super annoying. Okay, so we'll just copy this. Um, okay, this just literally messed up the entire code for me. Oh, I'm so pissed off right now. Okay, but then it still worked. It's not that bad. I don't need this, but get the idea. This is what we have. This is what we can. Create multiple of them, and it works. As you can see, so this is what we have. So if you are doing anything regarding this now, you expect that we have, and then we have this, which makes sense. So even if this is the only thing we've done, like for things that you have. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to see if I can revert the edit file. the readme file to use, and I can't because I successfully did nonsense, spoiled the entire thing, and it still didn't work. Well, what did I say? I knew it wasn't going to work actually. More like I expected it. So yes, thank you so much for watching. This is where I'm going to be pending this. At least now you know how to literally create something like this. How long does it take? It took about 5 hours. Let me say give or take. I won't count the time wasted, the 1 hour extra wasted on trying to implement the new features. So let's say 4 hours. 4 hours or 5 hours. 5 hours to implement the entire thing. To implement this working, to implement all the functionalities here and they work perfectly well. And to implement the doc also that we can use to decide and to describe certain things. Right? 5 hours. So if I only sit on it to do it myself, I'm sure I can get something done in 1 hour with the multi multi window and the drag and drop functionality. So it just takes and it should work by default. So that's AI for you. It can mess up your code. It can make you frustrated what you've done so far. So yes, thank you so much for watching, every one of you. Enjoy the rest of your day as well. Bye for now. Cheers.